you're aiming for, and also how many lead code questions you've solved?
Yeah, so my name is Richard. I go to the University of Waterloo. I'm currently second year.
Nice.
I think when it comes to aiming for companies, I want to break out of Canada and get into the US. So anything like big tech, startup, late stage startup, like all those I'm pretty interested in. Um, I guess when it comes to lead code, I've done like a little over 500.
Wow.
Um, Yeah, but I've just been like prepping for next year because I have something lined up for the summer. So I just want to
Nice.
make sure that like when the time comes, like I'm prepared.
Is it in Canada or in the US?
It's called Shopify.
Okay, I know. I'm from Canada as well, so I went.
Oh
I
yeah,
went
for
to
real?
Calgary. I'm from Calgary,
Oh
so
nice.
are you
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Toronto?
Yeah, I'm from Toronto, but like I'm doing a co-op right now, so so I'm in Ottawa. Like there's
I
nothing to
see.
do
I
here.
see. All right. Cool. Um, yeah. So what we're gonna be working through some questions here. I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna try to get you into this coder pad. One sec. Try out this coder pad thing. Let me just bring it here. So, how many interviews have you done? How familiar are you with interviewing?
Um, I mean, like, I feel like when it comes to like lead code interviews, I haven't done too many.
Hmm.
It's mainly been mock interviews with my friends.
I see. Okay. Are you
Yeah.
able to get into this chat or get into the
Yeah. Yeah, I can
this?
see it
Okay. Okay.
now.
Okay. 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 Does it let you change the name or no?
My name?
Yeah, change the name quick or something. Or like log in with a bird.
Uh, I think it should be fine. Like, I don't really mind my like name being
Yeah, you're
here.
gonna find
I
it.
don't really know how to change it either.
So what's a like? Have you been able to get interviews at U.S. companies? I know you work at Waterloo, and lots of kids from Waterloo try to get
Yeah,
into this.
I haven't had any luck. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I think a lot of the times it's like pretty hard to get at a second year, but like I
I
know a lot
see.
of my friends are getting it, so I'm just preparing so like I don't get like because like half of my friends are already like about to go to the US, so I'm just making
Nice.
sure that I don't fall behind.
Yeah, yeah, you got this,
Yeah,
bro.
I haven't gotten the US ones yet.
All right, okay. I'm gonna set this up real quick, and we're gonna get right started with it. We're not gonna. I'm gonna disable code execution, and then from there, um, yeah, let's just hop straight into this. You said you did 500 questions, right? Let's start with
Yeah.
So this is how I'm gonna. I'll tell you how I'm gonna mark it in a second.
Mm.
So I'm pretty much yeah. I'm gonna ask you two questions. You're gonna have 20 minutes to solve, around 25 minutes to solve each question. I like to
Mm.
do meta style interviews where you pretty much only have you try to solve two mediums within 20 to 25 minutes, and I'll mark using the
Mm.
criteria. Um,
Yeah, sounds good. I think Meta is like one of my main targets that I want to get
all right,
into.
perfect, 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 perfect. Okay, I'm gonna drop this question in, and then you're gonna have 20 minutes to solve it.
Oh yeah, for sure. A string can be abbreviated by replacing any number of non-adjacent, non-empty strings with their lengths. The lengths should not have leading zeros. For example, a string such as substitution could be abbreviated as, but not limited to, S10N. So you have 10 letters in between the S and the N. You have SUB, four letters between the U and four letters between there. 12, so every letter gets substituted. SU, three letters in between I, etc., etc. The following are not valid abbreviations. So replace substrings are adjacent. So you can't have five or two substrings next to each other abbreviated as numbers. Can't have any leading zeros. You can't have any empty substrings. Given a string word and an abbreviation ABBR, return whether the string matches the given abbreviation. So a substring is a continuous non-empty sequence of characters within a string. And here we have an example. So I guess like without looking at the output yet, um, we'll have the word and we'll have this abbreviation. So I assume what's happening here is that we have our I and then we have 12. And that kind of replaces the 12 letters right after this I. So if we count 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then we are over here. So I'll just put a little break. And then now we're at this I, we're at this Z, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're at the end. So this would should output true, which you can see right here.
Sure.
Yeah. And this one does not work because it's missing the L. So when you do A to E, you're doing APP, and you miss the L, and you have the E, so it's a false. Okay. So the constraints, we have our word is maximum 20 letters. That makes it pretty brute forceable. Our abbreviation length is at most going to be 10. An abbreviation consists of all lowercase, so that's important. English letters and digits. All the integers will fit in a 32-bit integer. Okay, yeah, I think the approach that first comes to mind is a two-pointer approach.
Sure.
So pretty much like what we're gonna do is that we're gonna track abbreviation and word with a pointer each. And then I think the main challenge of this question is somehow parsing out the numbers which represent like the substrings that we're skipping past. So ideally, like when we come across a number, we want to move our abbreviation pointer to the end of that number, and then I guess like yeah, because the number can't be like over 20 because of the constraints. Like we don't really have to worry about any like crazy long numbers. And then yeah, pretty much like after say you parse out a number, what you want to do is that you just want to skip that many places in the word pointer.
Sure.
And then once it's done, you want to make sure that everything matches properly.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, does that approach make sense?
Yeah. Yo, chat, just setting up real quick. This is my new website, though. What do y'all think? But the website. Got my homepage. I have this new feature where you could like rate mock interviews. So you can watch them and then give and I'm gonna let people log in and then like track who has like the best rating. That's what I'm working on right now. And like you can see all my videos. Yeah, this thing's crazy, huh? Like analytics. Who's my core audience? I don't even know. Probably like people studying algorithms. You're the PM, you tell me. Degens. Facts. Yes, sir. Kosh, what's up? Everyone's rolling in. We're gonna get some good mock interviews today. I think first on the board is Alpha. Setting up real quick. Should automate this. Yo, Alpha, what's up? Just setting up real quick. You're first up. Yeah, I like that. Bro, it's like, and we're not saying that just spam lead code. We know that there's diminishing returns on lead code, but I mean, get decent at it, you know? It uses the brain, it uses up some brain power, but like obviously don't just keep spamming lead code. I don't know if that's obvious or not, but there's diminishing returns. But appreciate you. Happy that me and Alpha's channel helped you, motivated you. No, I didn't do the problem of the day yesterday. Yeah, I currently work. I do work. What time is Patty fighting? Perfect. I think we're all set up here. I'm gonna start sending some invites. Yo, Alpha, I sent you a meeting invite. You see it? Or I sent you I sent you a Google Meets. You don't see it? Okay. Yo, Faint, what's good? Yo, Faint, appreciate it. Alpha, what's good?
Hey,
What's up, man? How you doing?
doing pretty good.
What's that? Just
I'm
like
doing some like AI boot camp thing
nice.
this month, so just too much stuff.
What's that? They're teaching you all about AI.
Yeah, it's mostly high level. Did some stuff on like prompting, how to call APIs, like how to make good prompts so far. I guess I can do like RAG and some other stuff.
Nice.
And yeah,
That's pretty
that kind of
sick.
stuff. Just want to get like an intro enough to where I can just do stuff on my own. So that's kind of
I see.
what I'm doing.
One sec. Let me just like schedule out the meetings. There's some other guys that I need to put some calendar invites quick.
All right.
You can hop in. What kind of interview did you want to do today?
System design's good. Yeah.
Back end focus?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, the front end ones are rare. I think it's whatever.
Okay, wait one sec.
I think I told you, right? I did like a mock on Hello Interview, did a mock on Interviewing IO. It was pretty good. Got some good feedback.
Yeah. I remember you told me.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, I did from 3 to 4. Got this guy. Have you just been doing the AI projects?
Yeah, and then I've been doing like I made a site for my brother for his bakery stuff.
Oh, nice.
He's been getting like a lot of sales, so I'm like making a site monitoring. I made it really bad to start out. Like it literally just takes an order and puts in Google Sheets. So I said like I'm gonna add more stuff later. Actually make like a payment processor and an actual database and all that stuff. That's gonna take me some time. So yeah, might make videos on that in the future. Like it won't be like a full stack project. It'll actually be like a business thing that people actually use. So that'll be kind of interesting.
Yeah. No, this actually has users for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think he's at like 300 orders a week or something. So it's going to be like low traffic. But then, yeah, I can also see like what issues they're into. Because, if you're at like an enterprise job, like that's already all handled for you. Like they already handle traffic and, too many requests and all that stuff. But for this, like nothing's handled. So I can see kind of what I run into as like a super small business thing. It'd be interesting.
Well, it's good to like build side projects and see what it's actually like.
Yeah, because for the enterprise stuff, it's like all abstracted, like it's already all there for you. So
yeah, it's like sending out the invites.
Okay.
Talking to this Grandmaster.
Grandmaster? At what?
Code Forces.
Oh, damn.
Somebody from my work introduced me to them.
Interesting.
So I'm trying to
from what I heard, I don't know how true this is, but a lot of people got feedback that like actually if you are super good at leak code, it doesn't really translate to work necessarily. I mean, it's never going to be bad, but yeah, like you can be super good and then work and then you can't build scalable stuff because you're just used to solving small problems. Yeah. Which does make some sense. So, but you can also be like a genius. So yeah, I guess it shows like it's not necessarily going to lead to success, but it can never like hurt. So.
Okay, that sounds good. I got my meetings.
Okay.
Okay, let me set up my coder pad.
Oh, what was that, sorry?
I'm just gonna set up my coder pad. One sec.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Do you have one, by the way?
A coder pad?
Yeah, because I'm running out of coder pads.
I think I ran out actually. I did like an algorithms group where I was teaching people stuff, so I made coder pads as well, and then I ran out because I had the free one. But we can just do Excalidraw if it's system design. You don't need a coder pad.
Let's see.
like you can just make a shared session in Excalidraw, and then I
Okay,
think
got one.
CoderPad uses Excalidraw anyway, so it's the same thing.
I got one. We could color draw here.
Okay. But yeah, dude, we have Cursor at work now. Everyone's like super hyped about it, gonna extend it. No one's using Copilot. It's pretty funny.
Dude, it's so good.
Yeah, I think so.
This guy.
We had some meetings how to like you can put in like all your
what's
code
up?
bases into one folder, and then you can navigate it super well, which is crazy.
For what, Cursor?
Yeah, so you can navigate like multi-repo. You can just say like, here's all my repos. I'm looking for this. Give me relevant locations. And it actually is like reasonably good.
Yeah. I've been using it to vibe code, and it's built me this like. I built up this feature yesterday for where I'm doing like You can like rate mock interviews. Did this like an hour.
Yeah, I'm curious how side projects will be rated now. I feel like because for vibe coding, it's just so easy. Like if you have like a YouTube clone on your resume, like what's that worth now? Like I don't think it's worth anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm curious how projects are going to be rated now, since you can just vibe code them up in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I would just like spam making websites
Yeah.
if I was a student.
Yeah, I guess that too. You could literally just get like you could have those like crazy. I wonder if you can make those. There's like some cool sites like Neil Codes or whatever they are, where like the guy just has like all these projects on a site and they're all pretty good. With Cursor, you could probably do that shit in a few months, and you can have really nice like small portfolio things.
Yeah. Wait, somebody in the chat has an OpenAI interview on Monday. What level are you interviewing for?
Interesting.
Yeah, I never had someone in the chat got an OpenAI interview yet.
I think I knew some people that had Anthropic. Yeah, I don't know their process though. I feel like it's actually pretty standard. So yeah, I guess probably just higher bar, and like they're probably just like very selective, the people who interview. Who knows? Direct referral, interesting.
Oh crap. Okay. You didn't study leak code at all? SVBV?
Do they ask leak code?
I remember they asked like some SQL generator question, which is like coding, but I mean it's like leak code but more practical, but you still need to be able to like do it the same way as a leak code.
Yeah, that's mostly what I get, is basically all practical. No, just like I wonder if like the only companies that just do straight up like here's a leak code thing is like big tech, and maybe for like intern, because they're like we have so many people, we're just not gonna.
Yeah.
Well, like the interview coder dude, that was basically like a leak code question and so on. So I guess for your stuff, did you get asked like straight leak code, like exactly from the problems, or was it?
No, only for FANG interviews, honestly.
Okay, yeah.
For like practical interviews, never.
But it still helps to know leak code, right? So for
It
practical,
does. It definitely helped for sure.
Yeah. Because it won't be like a leak code question, but it'll be like leak code related. So, like I had practical stuff that I needed to use like a heap or whatever. It just wasn't like a leak code. So yeah. So it's very similar. I think they just don't want you to memorize.
Damn, you got on Anthropic on Tuesday? Yo, join the Discord. We can help you out.
Interesting.
Everyone got some good ones coming up. All these AI companies hiring like crazy. Alpha, I'm gonna send you
Okay.
the coder.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of roles for like Anthropic and OpenAI. Like, I usually looked at like LinkedIn a decent amount. There's like a ton of roles for them. So interesting.
Ryan, you want more system design content? Well, we're gonna run a system design mock interview on Alpha right now.
Oh, you said you're gonna send me a coder pad or something? Okay, cool. Got it.
Mustafa, what's up? Mustafa, I'm gonna send you your coder pad. We're running a bit late. So yours gonna start 30 minutes after. I'm gonna send you it right now though.
Are you doing like 10 hours again or something
No,
insane?
no, I have to leave at like 5, but we're gonna do like it's only 5 hours, but still good.
Okay.
I stayed up until 5 vibe coding yesterday, bro.
Yeah, I kind of did. I had my vibe coding phase like last week where I was just like, all right, we got more stuff. It's hard to stop. You're like, oh, I can make this better. I can make this better. I can make this
You just keep
better.
spamming.
And I actually got feedback. So like people make an order and then they write comments like what's
Yeah.
good, what's bad. That's also what I learned is like if you take everyone's comment and you change it, you're just gonna be like changing back and forth 24/7. It's like the customer is never right.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Okay, everyone that has mock interviews coming up is scheduled. Mustafa, you see that I sent you a Discord link? And then I sent some other people. Ryan, where do you work right now? Do you work at Meta? And where are you based? Are you in Seattle? Okay. We're gonna set this up. Okay, nice. Alpha's in.
Oh, dude, I watched some video of some guy at Amazon doing on-call. He did like a 30-minute video. That looked terrible.
Yeah. Is it called like surviving on call? That one?
Yeah. Like he was like in office at like 10 p.m. He was getting pinged at like
I
midnight.
wonder if he's gonna get in trouble for sharing that. I don't even know.
Yeah, I feel like it. I don't know how he could share that. It seems kind of nuts, but
Yeah, it seems
was
a
definitely
bit-
not fun. Like, doesn't seem sustainable. I mean, I had some similar stuff like that, but it got better really quick. Like, it was only like that for like a month because we had a short rotation and I was new. But then you just realize, all right, if I get pinged at like midnight or 2 a.m., I'm just ignoring it unless it's like a critical thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's just not sustainable otherwise. Like, what are you going to do? Sleep 2 hours a day?
Yeah.
Did you have stuff like that too? Did you get like late night pings and early morning
No,
pings?
not
or
really,
whatever?
Mike. Because we're not service level. We're kind of like product level, and the people who use our stuff are like companies that operate on a 9 to 5.
I see. Yeah, we're product level as well, and it's the same, but also the ones you get pinged after hours, like if one of your services goes down or like has problems, then
Yeah,
you get,
that does happen.
yeah.
Okay, give me like 2-minute break. Let me brush my teeth quick. I'll be
Sure.
right back. Yeah, just answer if they ask anything in the chat. Just I'll be right back.
Sure.
Let me say.
Oh, rippling customer or something? Interesting. Yeah, I guess they do stuff for like HR. It helps you with like HR. I'm not super familiar. Could have put the video on the site with the BRB, not using your own products. I never interned at all, so I don't know. But I think it does. Like once you get good companies on your intern thing too, makes it easier. Now it feels pretty critical to do internships, so it's like a lot harder for me to get my first job because I didn't intern. But now over that, so don't have to worry about it. Yeah, internship, first job, all kind of a pain, but once you get some experience, it definitely is a lot easier. And the stories you say are like a lot easier. You know, you don't have to like, yeah. When you have no experience, you kind of have to exaggerate a lot about your experience, I guess. But when you do, then it's just like pretty easy. Yeah, I know for Shopify. Someone in here is in Shopify, and think their interview process is like pretty easy too, if you get the interview. I don't know, man. Is this Shopify CEO even hiring interns? AI can do all their work, right? Crazy, interesting. Yeah, I'm remote. It's pretty good. No return to office. No, I don't think we even have an office. We're trying to get an office again. There are some perks about an office, though. So probably more productivity, free food, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, that on-call vid was pretty depressing. Like, just only guy in the office. It's like dark, raining, whatever. Crazy. Dude, you could have ran your BRB site thing. Forgot.
Oh yeah. Were you talking to them? Were they asking stuff? Okay, what's happening in chat?
I mean, I said some stuff. I don't think
Alright.
anyone was asking anything in
we're gonna
particular.
Okay, I'm gonna set this up. Have a good
Okay.
question in mind.
Okay.
Let's see what the chat's saying. Look at the chat. Oh, nice, 25 people. Alpha, pressure's on.
Yeah, dude, I'm pretty bad at these, so.
Pressure is on.
I mean, I was doing better lately. I got good feedback, but I haven't done one in a while, so.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like it's just worth. I think I already said this. Like, spend like 1,000 or like 2,000, just do like 10 mocks. I think someone else said they did that as well, right? On interviewing AO, they just did like 1 billion.
Yeah, maybe they're getting free ones or something. I remember they said maybe they're getting free ones.
That's possible.
All right, chat. How's the audio, by the way? Let's get it in. Let's get this. How's the audio? Chat, everything good? Alpha, can you say something? Just make sure the voice is
Yeah.
good.
I thought it was Sunday as well for some reason, because I think every time we did mocks, it was on a Sunday. I was like, is it Sunday?
Yeah, I switched it up to Saturday because just so I could take a day off on Sunday.
Good idea, yeah.
All right, wait. Let me check the audio real quick.
All right. Let's see. Okay.
Someone's saying design this DoorDash. That's a good one.
Nah, dude, I was thinking URL shortener or like you know.
Oh, you want a softball?
I mean, not something too hard. I don't know.
Yeah. I got like
DoorDash seems pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. Wait, something.
I was gonna look into so there's like a new Hello interview video for Instagram. Apparently, that's a bunch of things
really?
combined. So I was gonna look into that. I think that's a good study one. But they started making it like sub only, but their sub is like $40 a year, which I think is like from reading all the things people say, I think they're the most used like system design thing now. So definitely worth it.
Who? Interviewer?
Hello interview?
Hello interview? Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
Wait, just checking out the audio on other stream.
I used to work at like a food service company, kind of like DoorDash. That got acquired by Grubhub a while ago. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Back in the day, it was like really weird. You have to go drive there. They like print out an order for you, and then you go like drive to the restaurant and stuff. Like it was totally different. No app.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Fully set up. Damn.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna start this dedicated video. Are you gonna record on your end too? I can also send
Yeah, I'm gonna record on my end just so I can have my perspective. Yeah.
Audio input capture. What? I have 2 mics. Wait.
And some guy asked me if I like edit my videos. I was like, I don't have time for that. I don't do any like re-records.
Yeah.
The most I ever do is like crop out some like dog barks or something.
Makes sense. Okay, wait. One sec. Just
You don't re-record anything either, right?
No, I
You
just one take it too.
One take it, yeah.
All right, testing. Alpha, can you say something? Just want to test the audio. Can you say something?
Yeah.
All right, sick.
Okay.
Wish I had a better way to audio check. How do you audio check usually?
One take it. Yeah. I don't know. I just
testing.
I use OBS and it moves.
Alpha,
Like,
can you say something?
I don't. Like all my stuff is me talking, so it's like if the thing is moving.
Yeah.
It was super annoying though. Like sometimes my mic turned off or something, and I would record like some 40-minute thing, and I was like, God damn it, the mic is off. All right, I don't even know if I want to have the motivation to like redo this.
Yeah.
One take it. Yeah.
All right, testing. Alpha, can you say something? Just want to test the audio. Can you say something?
Yeah.
All right, sick. All right. Cool. Start the video. Yo, chat, just let me know if at any point the audio is bad. It's hard for me to verify. Okay, I'm gonna start this up. Hey everyone, so today I got my friend Alpha again, and today we're gonna be doing another system design interview. It's probably been a while since we did one of these. We did a few, it's probably been a month, but how are you feeling with the system design, Alpha? You think you gotten better over the last little bit?
So I got better since the last one we did, but then I haven't done it in a while after that. So we'll see.
Yeah, it might be a little rusty, huh?
A little rusty, yeah.
Cool. All right, so the question that we're going to work on today is we're going to be designing a hotel reservation system.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah, I'll let you go ahead and design a hotel. And I'll let you take the wheel on this and, yeah, just lead.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. All right, so I'm just going to start out with some requirements, and then you can kind of let me know what we want to be focusing on in particular.
Sounds good.
So, I guess, just to clarify, I guess this hotel reservation, is this going to be for a hotel, or can this be for like any hotel? Like they can search for it.
That's a good question. Let's just say it's like one hotel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need to search for a hotel in that case. We're just gonna have a hotel. They're gonna go in and then
Or sorry, think of it like Expedia. Maybe there's 5 or 6 hotels under our website, and then you could click on the different hotels, and then within the hotels you can book different rooms, and yeah, we shouldn't double book and things like that. But you figure out the functional requirements.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm thinking it's going to be kind of similar to like just like high level trying to combine things. Kind of similar to Ticketmaster, where kind of similar things where we can't double book. Now, the only difference between this and Ticketmaster is when you book, like for a Ticketmaster, the ticket, like the seat was gone for an event and that's it. For this, it's going to be actually pretty tricky because rooms can get like unbooked and then they need to be available later. So there's actually, I feel like, a lot of different things you can do here. So I'm just going to try to not take too long here.
Yeah.
And make something basic, and then you can let me know if we want to agree.
Yeah.
All right. So essentially, yeah, really briefly talk about the user experience. Can we just say something as simple as, obviously we can make things better, but just like search for a hotel. And then from that hotel, we can do some stuff. Like, yeah, you can do some better stuff. Like, I can search for a date and rooms, and then it'll tell me what hotels are available. We'll say that's like out of scope. We'll just keep it as simple as we can search for a hotel. And then after we search for a hotel, then in that hotel, we can do some booking. Is that fine?
Sure. Yeah, that works.
Okay. So we can like, yeah, basically display hotels. and pick one. Okay, so now when we're at a hotel, then the question is like, how are we gonna book? And like what? So I guess we want to keep it once again as simple as possible. So let's just say user inputs some time, some like date. I guess we'll keep it as simple as when you book, you have to pick like the date, I guess, and then the date you want to check out or something. So you give it some date range, and we list types of rooms available for that date range. So they'll basically just say like, I want to book, or actually we can make it even simpler. We can just say like when they want to book the room, and then we can just check if it's available, and then when they can check out, like maybe they can just check out later on or something. We'll have like a checkout thing or like something like that.
Yeah.
So that'll make it even simpler. So user puts some date of check-in, and we list types of rooms. And these types of rooms will be like luxury, super luxury, whatever. We don't have to give exact rooms. We'll just give the types that are available.
Sure.
Okay. And then, so user can check in to a room, and then we'll have some other functionality. And we're not going to talk about how this happens in the UI, but essentially user can check out of a room. So I think that should cover everything for the functional. I mean, we can obviously have things like if there's no room available, do some UI stuff, but we're not going to talk about the UI here. So this is kind of just like what we'll have. So I guess if they input the date of check-in and there are no rooms, we'll just show nothing. We'll just say nothing available. So does that kind of make sense for the functional? Is there anything else you want me to focus on, or is this good?
Okay, so we're able to search for hotels.
Mm-hmm.
When we look at hotels, we can input some dates. And then when we look into the hotel, we're able to see a list of the types of rooms. Could you explain more what the type of rooms are here?
Yeah. So user can check in to a room. Okay. So basically, so you put in some date, like whatever, say September 15th. I don't know, can't type today. Okay. So, and it'll just be like luxury suite, whatever, like normal room, etc. So it'll just have a list of types of rooms that are available for that date, and we can just group it into types of rooms. So something like that, and then they can pick on a room and then check in.
Okay, they should be able to pick across dates, like for a week, up to 2 weeks.
Okay, so then in that case, so for this date of check-in, they could say, okay, so maybe we could say, once again, keeping it as simple as possible, so they could pick the date of check-in and how long they want the room for, I guess.
Yeah, it should be like a selector. It'd be like September 15, like when you're booking flights, September 15 to September 22.
Okay, so like a date range. Okay, sure. And we list types of rooms. So so they pick like starting date, ending date, and we show all the rooms that are available for that. So we'll say here like September 15 through September, and we'll keep this simple. So we'll have a date of check-in, but we'll have it kind of limited. So maybe they can check in for like a week or like a month or something. Like we'll have a selector, but maybe we don't support like every single type of thing. So this will be like day, week, month, or whatever.
Let's just say they can just select up to 2 weeks on the date range.
Okay, sure. Date of check-in up to 2 weeks. Okay, yeah. Okay. So they pick some date range, and then we list all the rooms, and then they click on a room, and then it checks in. And then I guess the checkout then will be automatic.
Well, check-in and checkout, like how does that usually work when you're working with a hotel?
Sorry. So actually, if that's the case, we don't need any of these. So basically, they're gonna like order. So I guess, so user inputs some date, and then user can confirm the order. And then, so the way this will work is they'll pick the room, they'll pick in all their stuff. We'll ask them like, are you good with this? They'll pay, and then they basically have the room now. And check-in and check-out will just be like at the front desk, so that's going to be like out of scope, I guess. Like the room will just be booked when they make this order. Does that make sense?
Yeah. User can confirm the order. They can put in their credit card and stuff.
Yeah, exactly, and pay.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we're gonna not support things like early checkout or like
Yeah.
changing,
Yeah.
like that kind of stuff. Actually checking in person where we say they're actually in the room now. All that, we'll just keep it like this.
Yeah, that happens in person usually, right? So, and for the luxury suites, like we should have some details of like the pricing and stuff.
So let's see. So I guess we can have it here. Okay. So we can have user can click on the room type, get info about it, and place an order. Right. So the way it's going to look is you pick a hotel, you pick a room type, or sorry, you don't pick a room type, you pick the date range you want, you get a list of room types, you click on the room type, it'll say like, here's how much it costs, and then like whatever, a bunch of info about it, and then you can like confirm your order. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, and like I said, everything else will be out of scope, and then yeah, so this is going to be the thing. Okay. And the non-functional. So you said we're not going to have like a lot of hotels that our site can support, or are we going to have like, yeah, I guess like for this would change the design a little bit. This would change the design a little bit depending on like how many hotels we support. Like if you support 5, then the search is super fast. If we support like 1 million, then we need to build in some other stuff. So I guess how many roughly hotels can we support?
Let's just say we support let's just a small number, maybe like 100 hotels.
Sure.
But what do you think is the most interesting part for this question? For like what would
I
be
think
the
the interesting part of this question is more the date range and like keeping the room available, other than the number of hotels we support. Like that can kind of apply to everything. That's just like a search through a bunch of items, which is just like the same problem everywhere. So I don't think that part's super relevant for this problem.
Yeah.
Like the more interesting part is this user check-in, and then make sure we can't like double book, and make sure we have this like date range, somehow it's booked, and so on.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
What's the next part?
Yeah. Okay, so then non-functional requirements. Yeah, so we're just gonna say a small amount of rooms, so search is done, or small amount of hotels, so hotel search is fast already. Then the next part is we want to, so yeah, obviously avoid double booking is the big one here. And then the consistency availability is going to be consistency. Actually, let's think about this one. So yeah, so if a room is like available, but the user doesn't see it like instantly, that's totally fine. Like whatever, that's not a problem. Like yeah, so like let's say someone checked out and the room's available, but the user clicks and they don't yet see it. Like there's just so many, it's fine. We can kind of like live with that trade-off where we just wait like 2 or 3 seconds for half the room. We're never going to run into that problem. So we can say consistency, or sorry, availability over consistency, except for the room booking. So room booking needs to be highly consistent. Just so we are not allowed to double book. And then yeah, the rest of it is like if we added a new room to our hotel or whatever, and they don't see it right away, or if we added a new hotel to our system, they don't see it right away, like that's totally fine.
Okay, sounds good.
And honestly, I'm thinking as far as numbers here, so because if we have like 5 hotels, the hotel doesn't have that many people. Our number of users is actually pretty small here. So we can even say like our daily active users is quite small. Like let's say, honestly, it might be like 1,000 or 10,000 or whatever. Like nothing scary. So we shouldn't run into. I mean, maybe we could think about like how we could scale this to some massive like million hotel, billion active user later. But for now, I don't see any problems with like any bottlenecks anywhere else.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
So I'm looking at this like double booking, and I think that kind of makes sense for like tickets. Like pretend we're doing a Taylor Swift concert, can't buy the same booking. But for hotels, even for airlines, so like, sometimes they allow like overbooking by like maybe 10% or something. I know for sure
Allow
hotels
overbooking by 10%. So how would that look like? Like let's say I book. So I pick. So really, what it's gonna look like is I pick the type of room, right? Like I pick like luxury suite, and then when I get my thing, do I want it to say like here's your actual room number, and then like that's what you're doing, or is it just gonna say like okay, you have this luxury suite from this time, and then we'll give you your actual room like when you come in. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah. So for hotels, right? Usually you just pick a type of room. You don't actually pick a room. And when you go to the place, they give you one of the rooms that's available that matches what you wanted. Pretend I wanted a king size bed, or I wanted so it's not like you're buying a specific room, right? You're buying like a type of room, and when you check in, you get that type of room.
Okay, so let's say we have so when you say overbook by 10%, like how do we calculate that? Like, let's say we have like 10 king size rooms available, so we can let like 11 people book and pay.
We'll let 11 people reserve or 12 people reserve. If we have 100, we'll let 110 people reserve.
So what's that gonna look like when, let's say, they all show up? Like, or how do we cancel some? Or what's the user experience there?
Actually, let's just ignore that for now. Let's just say that I mean, we don't really need to. It's not the same thing as Ticketmaster's.
Sure. So yeah. So because you're not getting the room, this will never happen. Okay, so I guess then in that case, what we can say, and this can kind of be like a little out of scope as well. So we can just say, I mean, honestly, thinking about it, like the easiest thing is like, so for a hotel, there's like a check-in and a checkout time, right? Let's call it noon. So, yeah, I guess basically, yeah. So they have a check-in and checkout time.
Yep.
And then we'll just say, even if we overbooked by little, that's fine. So overbooking a bit is acceptable.
Yeah, this might be below the line actually, because often hotels like overbook on their end because they're trying to
make sure they have all the rooms.
Yeah, people like last minute cancellations and no shows and stuff.
Okay. Well, the main thing it's going to impact in our design is then availability is just kind of completely prioritize everything, because like let's say someone booked and someone else booked at the same time, like we'll just take them both. It's fine. The only time we will not allow them to book is if the data we're looking at right now says we're full. But if like 3 people book at the exact same second, we'll just take it all, and we will overbook by a little, but it's fine.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for thinking through that. I guess let's not worry about that now. Let's just figure out everything else.
Right,
but
so let's go through the rest of it. Okay, so the API, or actually the entities here. Okay, so the entity will be like obviously hotel, and then so we do have to actually give them an exact room, but we also have to have like room types. So we're going to give them an exact room when they show up. Is that going to be, I guess, like add a scope or not? Like the exact room we give them, like can we just say like we have some count of this type of room and that's what we're storing, and then the exact room we give, we're not really handling that? Like that's going to be handled more when they go in and like check, or do we want to handle that as well? I guess.
Yeah, like we're not giving them exact rooms. We're not saying you're getting room 4, 5, 3.
Okay, so the exact room will just be out of scope and just will be handled when they go to the hotel. Okay. So we'll have hotel. We'll have
like at a high level, we need to think about it like this. Like we just have like 10 king rooms, 10 queen rooms, and 5 single rooms.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll just have hotel. Then we'll have room. Yeah, I guess for every hotel, we basically just need to have like room number. Honestly, this might even be able to be in one table. Like, yeah, like so the hotel can just have like room types. Like you can just have a table of like room types. The other way is we could have a separate table for room types. So like the hotel might say, well, like how many or like what are the room types it has. I think for now I'm just gonna keep it honestly as one, and then we'll see if we need to add more. So that hotel can literally just have a table of room types on the count, and that's it. And yeah. Okay. Maybe we will have actually what we probably do need actually is for these like room types. We need to have like descriptions and all that. So maybe we'll have another table for that. So this will be like a rooms table actually. Where it'll just have like the room description, the room cost, room whatever we need to show. Okay. I think this is all. And then we'll see if we need to add any more. Okay, so let's look at how we do any like all of these. Okay, so search for hotel, then do some looking. So this is basically just going to be a.
So we're pretty much only for there just modeling stuff on the hotel side, right? So is there any other entities that we need to cover?
Oh yeah, let's see. Yeah, actually, we probably do need some other stuff. So, the room. Yeah, so we probably need a user entity actually, because we need to know like, is a user in a room? So the rooms will be linked to hotels, and then we also need link this to like users or customers or something, and then that will tell us like, is there a person in there, or who is in there, and so on. I don't know if we need anything else. I guess we. I mean, we might want to have like orders maybe or something. I don't know if we really need this, but I guess we'll see.
Like, how would we know when someone booked for a specific date?
When someone booked for a specific date, yeah. So that would probably be like, let's see.
Where are we storing that? Because if I'm a user, right, maybe I'll book one for a week from now, but I could still book one for a month from now, like a week.
Oh yeah, you can book like a bunch.
Technically.
Yeah.
Like if I know if I'm going to 2 trips in LA, one in December and one in February, then go ahead and book it.
Yeah.
Are these hounds in here?
No.
No?
No. Okay, so 1 second.
Mustafa, wait, system design questions are project breakdowns before coding? Well, we're just gathering functional and non-functional requirements right now.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So, yeah, so essentially, yeah, so we do need to figure out, like, how long a room was booked for. So I'm thinking we do need some kind of, like, room booking table where anytime a room is booked, we need to, like, have that duration somehow. And then we need to unbook, right? So that's kind of what you're saying? Like if I book from, like, the 7th to the 11th, I need to know what's the room. I don't need to know what's the exact room, but I need to know like what hotel is the room in and what it's booked for, so then I can like modify it after that time is done. Okay.
Well,
so
what I'll say is like for this type of question, the hotel reservation, I think we'll spend a bit more time on the entities section. 'Cause I think modeling this out is a bit trickier than like the average question. I think this one like the database part. So
that's fair.
Yeah, okay, I'm just curious of like how we're gonna handle the actual bookings.
Yeah. Okay. So let's think about it. So if they make a booking, I think what we need to do is So I don't know if we care about the users in particular. I mean, yeah, because we're not handling like logging in as a user and seeing your rooms. I mean, maybe we want to handle that as well, or like orders or something. But I think what I'm seeing is we need to have some kind of table of like booked rooms. And so what this would look like is it would have a room ID and like a room type and like the hotel that it belongs to maybe. And then it would need to have like a start of book and end of book. And then because we can just say like, all right, the checkout is at like noon. We can just have some kind of job run like every day and then just check this database for the booked rooms. And then when a room is no longer booked, we'll just update like the upper table of like how many rooms are available.
Could you fill out some of the properties there?
Yeah.
Just to make it clear on what you mean by that.
So yeah, so let's do that. So let's say we have this like booked rooms table. So it'll have an ID, have like a hotel ID. It'll have like a type of room, right? Like, let's just say our rooms are like king size, whatever they are. So ID, hotel ID, type of room. Then it will have like a start, or actually, I don't even think we care. Well, no, we do care about the start of booking as well, right? Because we can book in advance. We're supporting that, right? Like, obviously, we can book like a month in advance.
Yeah, we should have a start and end date essentially of when we book the room.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe this is a little bit different than I thought. Okay, so we'll have start date, end date. Okay. And I mean, we can have like customer or whatever, but that stuff is like not super relevant. So yeah, whatever. Start. So each of these will be let's see. Yeah, the tricky thing is like, what if I need to know I need to support like for a particular time range, for a particular room type, how many do I have available? Which I think actually this does tell you that. Yeah, I think this does tell you that. But essentially I'm seeing is like we have these like intervals of book times. Okay, so I think it's gonna be something like this. And then when someone tries to, like when we check availability for a room type, we're gonna say, okay, in this booked rooms, how many rooms are of this type, and then how many rooms in this time frame are. I guess we could do one of two ways. We can literally store every room in here, or, and then the rooms would literally just have like room IDs and so on. Maybe that would be better. Yeah, I'm thinking that might be better. Let's try to go with this. Okay, so instead of booked rooms, we'll just have rooms. Actually, will that? No, maybe it won't. Yeah, honestly, this part is kind of confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think like for the booked rooms, like do we only want to have a room when it's booked? I think so, and we only want to have. Yeah, so essentially this will be one entry per room, or not per room, but per type of room when it's booked. And I think that's going to be the best way to do it. Okay, so what it's going to look like is when we book, we're gonna make one entry here with a start date and an end date and a room type and all these things. And then when we can have a job that runs through this like every time. So we can say this like every time, every day at noon or something. Get these counts, because this isn't going to change. Well, actually, it will change when someone places an order as well. So maybe this will be kind of tricky to do, to be honest.
So what's the job doing here? Every day at noon, get the counts of booked.
Yeah, I was gonna say like every day at noon we can just get this room availability. But then what if a bunch of people? This needs to be still like reasonably accurate, right? I can't just do this every day at noon. So the other way we could handle this is if we're okay with overbooking. Is instead of every day at noon, we can just like run this job every like 5 minutes or something. Get counts of rooms. Or do we want to do something else?
Wait, so how are we modeling the hotels and rooms first?
Right, okay, so hotel.
Because yeah, maybe let's think about it from the hotel side, how we're going to model it. And then after,
okay,
on the user side, like how are we going to choose from that and actually book it?
Yeah, so for the hotel, it's going to have like a hotel ID. It's going to have, let's see, hotel name, whatever. Some other info about the hotel. And then we need to map it to, yeah, so rooms should probably map to hotel, right? So rooms are going to map to like the hotel ID. And then, yeah, something like that. So then for the rooms, difficult thing for me to figure out is like you said, like we're not giving an exact room, but maybe it still might be better to still store every room in like the room database or something like that. And then we don't have to give the exact room to the person. Like we can just, so for a hotel, let's say it has 200 rooms, we can still put them all in the database, and then we can still book them or not book them, but then maybe we don't give that exact room to the person.
Yeah.
Right. So as long as we just book any room of that type, like that's totally fine. So maybe let's try it that way. Honestly, super not sure of this question.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, and one thing too is like we can just have a super naive approach first, and then figure out how to optimize it.
Right. Yeah, I was trying to kind of go with that. Yeah. So essentially, okay. So for the rooms, let's just say it's going to be like room ID, hotel ID, and then the room type, something like this. And then I think we need to store the bookings like separately, essentially, is what I was getting at. So each room in the hotel will have this, and then might have some more stuff, but
Maybe like add the quantity.
Quantity.
What do
Well,
you
I was
think?
thinking of like, do I add a quantity for the room, or do I just literally make a new one for each?
Or just have a bunch of different rooms.
Yeah, no, I guess quantity makes sense though. Yeah, I guess quantity makes sense, and then because yeah, maybe let's get rid of the quantity because essentially what I want to do is I want to have a booked room. Have like every booked room should have like a unique room ID, and if I have a quantity, that can't happen. So maybe let's try it this way. So basically, what this is going to have now is this will have a ID. It'll have a room ID. So this is like the actual room. And then the type of room doesn't matter because that's going to be in the room already. And then we need to give it a start date and an end date. And yeah, so these rooms can't really have like a booked status or not booked status because we're booking in the future. So that's not going to be that simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, essentially for each of these bookings, we'll have a start date and an end date. And then kind of the tricky part here, and this will be, I guess that will be the naive approach, is whenever we search for how many rooms available, we just literally say like, all right, give me all the rooms from the hotel. And then for all of those rooms, check, is there a booking or not in this range, right? So it'll just be some big join query of like, give me all the rooms in the hotel where the rooms aren't booked in this time frame that you provided.
Yeah.
So this will be like the naive approach, right?
Yeah.
And I think that covers everything now. So we don't really need orders or users or anything, I think. Maybe we might need it in the future, but I think this is good. Okay,
So
what are
book
your
rooms
thoughts?
is kind of like the order.
What was that, sorry?
Like book rooms is kind of like the order. Like what happens when we buy a room? Like
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it'll go in here and it'll go into this booked room.
like how do I know who this booked room is for when they come and show up?
So I don't know if we're handling that. We could handle that as well. So we could add a I mean, the easiest thing to do is literally just like whenever they make a payment, like maybe we'll have some other thing that's outside of this that will just like give them some whatever. We'll have some other separate thing that will have the person and the type of room they booked. So when like we'll give them like an email and whatever, and I don't know if we need to store this here or this is going to be some separate thing, because that's what I was asking. Like when they come and show up, like they give you their info and you give them like a random room.
Yeah. But we should know on our system that they actually booked a room of that specific type.
I see. Okay, so maybe we can have another database then of like user bookings or something, or actually, yeah, I guess we can just include in here, right? So username or whatever it is, user info, something like that. So this booking for this time and this date will have this user info, and then we can search for that user info, and it will give you the type of room they got, when they booked it for, and so on. And then we're not necessarily going to give them the exact room they booked, but just one room of that type. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Yeah, I think that kind of models it. Let's get into like the APIs.
Yeah. Okay, so search for a hotel. So okay, so this one will just be like a get request hotels, and we'll just give it like a query string or something. And then this will just basically search for whatever hotel, and it will display a list of hotels. So this will return, I guess, like a partial hotel array or something. Or, yeah, whatever, just say hotel array. Some info about the hotel that they want. Okay. Let's see. Do some booking. So they can click on a hotel. So we need to get like a specific hotel. So get specific hotel. So this will be get hotels with an ID or hotel ID, and this will return the like full hotel info for that hotel. Okay. Let's see. They can input a date. Okay. So user can get rooms for a hotel. So get rooms for a hotel for some date range. So this will be get rooms, and the rooms will have or I guess it'll be more like hotels ID rooms, and then this will be another query thing. So we'll be able to say start date and end date. Okay, so, and this will return a list of types of rooms. So rooms array or something like that. Okay, so now the interesting part is the booking. So they can click, or I guess get info on particular. So another one, type of room, get yeah, and this will be all that. Guess, or yeah, I guess we can just say, actually, I don't think you need this part, or maybe you do. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, so same kind of thing now. Actually, this won't need to have. So it'll be like rooms. This will just return like a room, and then they can see the room info, and then we can actually like book the room. Okay. So so when we book the room, we're just gonna say like post booked rooms maybe. And then we're gonna say in this body, so this will be like the room ID, or yeah, the room ID. So like essentially our booking will just find one of these exact rooms and book it. So it'll be room ID, and then let's see. Oh yeah, the start date and end date. So start date, end date, and then some user info. Okay. So something like this, and then this will return like a new booking ID essentially. So this booked rooms is basically going to be like bookings. Okay. So I think that should cover everything we need there. Let me know if I'm missing anything.
So you're given a room ID, a start date, end date, and then the user info?
Yeah.
Okay, let me think. Yeah, okay, let's continue.
Yeah, so in our system, we are giving them an exact room, but in reality, we won't give them that exact room. We'll give them any room of that type, and it'll be the same. Okay. Then.
So what's user info here? It's just a JSON?
Like username, user last name, like that kind of stuff. You could alternatively do the same thing that I always screw up in, is if you have some sensitive user info, you can have that in like a JWT. And then you won't store this in just like the post request. Like if you don't want this info to be like stolen.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So I guess that's like different ways you can do it. But yeah, so let's just actually draw out kind of what this will work, or how this will work. and then we can talk about, I guess, the problems.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have a client. Wait, why is this? Okay. I don't know. All right. So I'll have a client here. Small client. API gateway. Okay. So we need to try to handle all these function requirements in the simplest way we can do that. So let's see. So search for hotel, do some booking. So we'll have some like search service that will let us search for things like just basic search request type of stuff. Search service. So it'll give us like rooms. It'll give us hotels, that kind of stuff. All right. And that will go here. And then we'll have a DB. I think SQL should be fine for this one because there's a lot of like relationships. So SQL DB, Postgres or something. Okay. And yeah, I think these things change or can change a lot. So SQL is pretty good, but also realistically with our scale, like we can use whatever. Okay. So if they try to search for a hotel and do some booking, what's that going to look like? So they're just going to make a GET request to our search service, and then we're going to return the hotels to them. So that one's pretty easy. And then user input, some date, all that same kind of, like our search service will handle all these like GET requests of rooms or hotel or whatever they want there. And then the other thing is we need to place an order. So we'll have a separate service.
Okay, so what if I search for, I guess, what if I search for like a specific date and there's no rooms available? Well, there's only like queens available. Like how are you gonna, can we walk through that flow of actually asking for what's available for a specific hotel for a specific date range and just walk that? Yeah.
So I guess we can show this in like a, so what's gonna happen first is we're gonna search for a hotel, right? So we're gonna get hotels, get them all. We're gonna click on a hotel. When we click on a hotel, I guess we can show a quick little, so we'll have essentially, I mean, this is more client, but so this is the hotels. Then when you click on a hotel, you're gonna get the hotel info. And so this will be like hotels. And then when you click on a hotel, you're gonna get the hotel info. And then in the hotel info, you're going to have some string of like, I want a room in some date range. And then we're going to present them back with a list of available room types for that date range. So if there are none available, we'll just say like there's nothing available, pick something else. Right? So basically the flow would be they get the hotels, they click on a hotel, then they make another request to our search service for their query. So this is going to be so we're going to have get hotels up here, hotels for hotel, and then get room as well, and it'll be the same exact flow. It'll call it the exact same service. And then we're going to get, or this will be get rooms. And schema-wise, like what are we doing schema-wise, I guess? So if we take a look, we have to do right now the kind of like the bad implementation is we're basically just gonna say okay. So let's actually think. Okay, so the really bad implementation, I guess, is like we're gonna get all the rooms for a hotel just all the rooms in the hotel period that are available. So we'll have like every type and how many we have. Then we're also gonna search this booked rooms. And in the booked rooms, for their request, it's gonna give us like how many of each type of room is booked. So we'll have I can write this.
Yeah,
like
write it down so I could verify the. Let's talk about how the query would actually happen.
Right. So we're basically gonna say like select all rooms from a hotel. Hotel by type. Right. So this will have like, king 20, queen 10, whatever it is. Then the next part we have to do is select all rooms from booked rooms in the range. And so this might have like king 5, queen 10, so on. And then we just make a difference, right? So we just say like available minus booked is the results, and then we just show that to the user.
Select all rooms from hotel by type. So we're querying hotel.
We're querying rooms. So like select all rooms from rooms where hotel ID is whatever the hotel they're at.
Okay, so we're gonna get a list of like, okay, we have kings and queens in this hotel.
Yeah.
And then
we're gonna go through our booked rooms, and we're gonna say select all rooms from booked rooms where room ID is. I guess, do we even need... I'm trying to think, do we need a room ID at all? Maybe we don't. Yeah, I think maybe we can change this to hotel ID, actually. And then we can also have the room type. So... And then it'll look like this. Okay. So what this is going to do is select all rooms from booked rooms where hotel ID is whatever hotel ID they're looking at. And then it's going to also give us another list of like the same kind of thing, right? And we just do a difference. And then that's what the availability is.
Okay, for finding the book rooms, it's like, where are we passing in the date range here?
Oh yeah, so this will be like where, we're given, I guess, we want to think like it's basically be like where start date is. Let's see. So if they give us two values like a start and an end, so start date has to be I guess. So we have this like interval, and we're trying to basically see if these intervals overlap. Yeah, it's basically just like is interval overlapping type of thing. So start date has to be, I guess, less than or equal to end or something. And, end date, or is it or? Let's see. Trying to think of like, yeah, I guess this is like literally like a merge interval, right? So, I'm not exactly 100% sure like how the query would look like, but I guess doing like a drawing of it is like, here's what they booked and here's what we have, and we just have to see like, is there an overlap here? And it can overlap in different ways. It can overlap like here or like this way or like this way. So I'd probably have to think about like what exactly I'd write in the where to make sure this overlaps. But essentially, we're going to be taking their inputs and comparing it to like our info for the booked rooms. So I'd have to think about exactly like what the where would look like to get all of these. But that's kind of how it would look like. Does that make sense? Like we're just going to make some where we're going to check for the overlap.
Yeah. Well, the room that, like, pretend they want to book a room for 5 days, right? It needs to be available on every single day.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So this is going to be like what they wanted. This is the date range they wanted. And then this is the date range the room is booked. Room is booked. And so we just need to make a SQL query where we check for the overlap between, like, this is basically like two intervals, right? So the only way they can book is if these don't overlap at all, because it needs to be available every single day. So you just need to make some where query where I would have to think about it for a while, and that's probably gonna take a while. So we'd have to make some where query where these two don't overlap. And so we have 4 points, right? The start and the end for the query, and then the start and the end that we have in the DB. And then this is just going to be like, yeah, probably like a bunch of wheres essentially, where you have to just check for a bunch of these things. And then, yeah, then it will be available every single day as long as these don't overlap, right? Like if this is over here, this is always available. This is over here, and whatever, so on. Okay,
sounds good. All right. Okay, assuming that we're able to figure out like the rooms, right, that are available. So what will happen next?
Yeah, so what would happen next is we would be able to send them how many are available, right? So we'd send them this diff of whatever's available, and then they can click on a room, and then this is when they do the book. So in the booking service, so I guess there's a couple things here. So I think this part might be like Ticketmaster, where so how do we want to handle this? Because we're allowed to have it'd be easier than Ticketmaster, honestly. So here in this booking service, we can just connect them to like a third-party provider, third-party payment, Stripe here or something. And in the booking service, whenever they want to book, we just connect them to a third-party payment. When that's done, then we'll actually add this entry. If it's not, because this isn't like Ticketmaster, like they don't like reserve a room, right? So if I click buy a room and then I get sent to Stripe and then I just don't do anything for like a day, it doesn't really matter, right? I'm not like reserving a room or anything. It's literally just going to be like first come first serve. And we're letting overbook. So I think letting them overbook solves a lot of problems. Where if a bunch of people want to book at the same time, we'll just let them. So the simplest thing is literally just go to the booking service, connect to a third-party provider. When that third-party provider says it's successful, then we'll make an entry in the database, and then we'll just return like congratulations, you got the room. So this will add a new booking to the DB table.
Nice.
Okay, and I think this would actually work for everything. It would honestly be like the worst thing I could think of, but it does work. Yeah, the problem is every time they book, like we're doing like this huge table lookup for one and the other. But this would be like, for a small amount of customers, for a small amount of hotels, like this would just work.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're at 50 minutes, so yeah, curious on your thoughts on the interview.
Yeah, so definitely this one. So I will say, so first of all, I am just kind of like tired and stuff from doing my AI stuff, so I definitely could have done better. I will actually say, so I actually got asked something like this for Tesla a while ago, and it was literally for like a data role. It was so and the whole thing was just DB design. Yeah, because I think that's kind of like the tricky part of this question. Like it's not like that is basically all of it, and I think that's something I'm not like the best in. So yeah, like thinking about it more, like most system design questions, you can just do whatever for the DB. Yeah. But this question can literally just be like design a DB to do this. Yeah. Yeah. So I definitely think I could have done a lot better there, and then also thinking about like the best way to do all these things, because like this thing I came up with is probably like not very good, and I took a very long time on this, so I think this is probably like one of my worst system design ones. So definitely there's a lot to improve, but I did make a working design sort of. Yeah. So yeah, but I think definitely there's a lot to improve on, and also because I haven't really done system design that's like super DB design. Definitely there's a lot that I can improve on. Nice. Yeah, I think that's why I decided to ask you, because like we've done infrastructure ones, product ones, front end ones. So I was like, this one is more specific. This one, the most interesting part is literally modeling the hotel and the rooms, and then how people actually book the rooms, and how we actually find out what rooms are available. That's kind of the complicated part. And Farzan's mentioning like contention, like figuring out double bookings and stuff, but I think that's like the step. Like we'll get there afterwards. I think we need to figure out how to actually book the rooms first. Right. But let's see. I think I'm curious what would be like the better answer, because I definitely think there's a lot to improve upon here. There's like the ones that I read online are where they just store the room types. They're not actually like, because like how I seen candidates look at this one too is like they treat it like Ticketmaster, where you're trying to buy a specific room. Right? But hotels don't really operate like that. They just have like a ton of like a list of different rooms that are available. And then you book. You just look up like the queens that are available from like 15 to 17, like a date range. Yeah, so I thought of that, but then I think there's probably just a better way to handle the booking. So if you do that, like if I do have a room ID and like a room type and I just have like a count, then how do you handle a booking, I guess? Or how do you handle returning the right amount or like that? Like basically this booked rooms thing. How do you handle that? Like,
Yeah.
better?
I mean, yeah, it's a. I could show you some links. It's been a while since I did as well. Cause like there's other ways to do it as well. Like the way I first thought about it was like, okay, if I was really gonna treat it like Ticketmaster, for each day, I'll build out the rooms, right, as actual entries in some like
Yeah.
room database. Like this room is available for like X days and stuff. But I don't know. This one's tricky. So I'll just talk about everything. Let me just like walk through quickly about some of the notes.
Okay.
I think for the functional requirements, yeah, I think for this question you weren't as familiar with the hotel reservations, so you had some help like figuring out what exactly were going to be in the functional requirements here. But I think that's
I also think this one's kind of like a little bit abstract. Like you can go in a bunch of different ways here.
Yeah.
And it kind of depends on what you prefer.
Mm-hmm. Nothing really wrong with the non-functional requirements. I think mostly the stuff was related to the entities. So I think at the start you only modeled the entities on the hotel side. So you're like, okay, we're gonna have hotels and rooms, but you didn't model anything related to how are people actually gonna book it. I think a users table would be like useful here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, I think just modeling out the data. Let's see. Having trouble a bit ironing out the database. Can probably iron out modeling the. Yeah, I think you're going a bit all over the place when it came to like modeling the data. You're like, okay, let me model the hotel. Then okay, let me model bookings. I think like having a more structured approach, be like, okay, we're gonna model everything on the database or the hotel side, and then after we're gonna model how we're actually gonna, like once we know how everything's modeled on the hotel side, we can model like people actually booking those rooms. And I think your initial approach was you're trying to get it optimal, but yeah, I think you eventually went for a more naive approach, which I think makes sense for this one. And we could figure out ways to like optimize it with like caching and things like that. But I think thinking of a naive approach first of just like straight like tons of queries, inefficient queries, and then like what's a way to optimize the naive approach? Maybe add some indexes to make the room lookups faster, and then what's the way we can optimize that even further, like caching and stuff like that. So I think even coming up with some naive approaches and just mentioning that would be helpful, because it didn't sound like you had an approach for a while.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, and if you were saying in the chat like the contention and all that stuff, it's like, I mean, you could, but that's just literally Ticketmaster, so it's kind of like I already know how to do that one. So yeah, you could add the two people same time thing, like that's whatever. Like that doesn't make like I honestly think the overbooking, like saying it's fine, and just like the unique part to this question is the database and like how to actually get all the booked rooms quickly, not the handling overbooking, because you could do that in like everything, right? Same thing with like where you ask like how many hotels can we handle for the search, and it's like okay, if we have 1 million hotels and we have a search, we can add like a search feature, but that's everywhere, so that's not really that's not like unique to this problem.
And like the scale of a concert is way different than the scale of a hotel. You're not gonna have 15,000 people trying to book into a hotel, or like you have certain like even the naive approach, you could just have transactions that lock it, and then do like optimistic or pessimistic or optimistic locking afterwards. Like there's multiple ways to handle that. But
I mean, you could argue like if there's some event by some hotel, maybe they'll get some traffic, but it's not the same. Like when an event comes out, like it can be sold out in like a minute. That's never gonna happen in a hotel.
But then overall, like I think the database side just would just need to just look up the different ways to do this. There's tons of different ways. There's no right answers. So many people done it different ways. I don't really know the answer to it. I just wanted to see where, like, if you were able to figure out some answer and if it made sense. But I don't think the current one right now still probably has some flaws in it. But other than that, I think the APIs you're really good with. You have good REST principles. You know how to specify the resources and the query parameters. You know how to use that well. I had like one comment about the user info. So like passing that in through here. So, I mean, you could like spoof someone, kind of like pretend you're book on behalf of someone. So it's sometimes that's usually
I
handled in the
see.
back end. So it's like they have a session ID, and then after they book, we don't really pass it in, maybe just a session ID, and then we pull down the data, like their email and stuff on the back end, and then just like add that to the row.
Yeah,
So-
that makes sense. Have a session or a jot or something to, even just like the user ID and a jot, right? Same thing. And then we can look up their info on the back end.
Yeah, but yeah, I think
Okay, makes sense.
on the high level design, you mentioned like the search service a bit.
Mhm.
So I wasn't sure if you're talking about searching for hotels, because I think searching for hotels is not that important, but I think searching for the rooms is the more important thing, like rooms for a
Right.
hotel. So I would just say, yeah, differentiate that a little bit, and yeah, just get into like for when you're working on system design, like think about it for a second, and think about what would be the most interesting part of the problem, right? So for example, when someone asks you Ticketmaster, right?
Mhm.
You know that it's gonna be like the contention and like popular events for
Mhm.
tickets and not double booking, right? When someone asks you lead code, it's like, okay, making sure it's run safely. Like
Yeah.
you need to think about the problem and what's the more important part of the problem, and get to that faster, because like if you talk about some of the other stuff that's not really specific for this question, it might not get like what they're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. No, that makes. I mean, I think I did some of that. Yeah,
Mhm.
like the search or some other stuff. But yeah, it makes sense. I kind of identified what makes this problem unique, and then focus on that. Those things.
Yeah, because usually when they ask you some specific problem, they're eventually they want to get to a specific, they want to test a specific thing. So if I'm like, I want you to design a leaderboard, right? They want to see how you're gonna like handle like a real time leaderboard that needs to be sorted. Right? Like
Yeah.
like that's a bit more data structure heavy and stuff. This one, I think if you thought about it, you'd be like, okay, maybe the data modeling is definitely, because usually like when you're working on a project, right? Like usually you try to identify what's going to be the bottlenecks first and think through that first.
Right.
So yeah, otherwise no, I think yeah, definitely you need to work a little bit on the entities and data modeling part, and there's a ton of, this is a pretty popular question, this hotel reservation.
Yeah, and I never got asked anything super DB. Like I said, I think this would be a good one for. Yeah, I think that Tesla thing I interviewed for, it was like an inbound for like a data role, and I mean I don't do like, I'm not like a data engineer,
Mm.
so it makes a lot of sense that they. I don't even think. Yeah, I don't think they even said systems design. They're literally like, let's just talk about how we'd set up like the database for
Yeah.
this, and that was the whole thing.
Mm.
So, and that was like 40 minutes. So it makes sense that if you do get asked this, that they might say like, all right, we're going to spend like a lot of time in this section.
Yeah.
Because I think that does make it a lot better. Like if you can set up the database well and like indexing and stuff, then that's basically the problem, right?
Yeah, and then you could worry about contention. All that stuff is like,
Yeah, that stuff is like everywhere, so that's not relevant. Yeah, cool.
like those are like horizontal concerns across other ones.
Yeah, that's everywhere. All right, okay.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Alpha. We'll run this again soon. I'll message you. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah. See ya.
All right. Catch you. That was fun. That was good. That was really straining my brain too. These are always good. All right. Who do we got next? I had someone. What's 6:30 EST? Oh, okay. Okay, I got my Grandmaster friend. Wait, one sec. Yo, Mustafa.
Oh yeah, Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you good to do later? Because I accidentally double booked. I had like this Grandmaster Code Forces person that wants to hop on.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
I'm gonna send you. Okay, let me message you. Did you message me again? Did we already do one before back in the days or no? Because I kind of.
No, never.
Oh really? Okay, message me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
Let me send a link. Yo, Mustafa, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I accidentally double booked. But, like, I've been planning with this Grandmaster for a while. That's the thing. Testing. Test audio. Mustafa, I appreciate you. We'll do a couple one. Classic double book. Mustafa, what times are you free today? Yo, Paul Farzan, get me some good questions ASAP. This is gonna be interesting. Grandmaster Code Forces. Okay, waiting in the room now. What's up?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm existing. This is like Saturday.
How's life, man? Are you in Waterloo?
No, I'm just chilling. I'm like home for the weekend.
Nice.
I'm just like in between terms right now.
Are you from Canada or the US?
Nah, I'm Canadian.
Nice. All right, nice to have you on the chat. I had a referral from one of my friends. Let's see.
Wait, how do you guys know each other? I'm just wondering.
We work together.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
Let's see. You're the Grandmaster, right? You're Grandmaster Code Forces?
Yeah, but I'm a
crazy.
little washed.
You're a little washed? Okay, wait. Can I show your profile or no?
I guess.
Let's see.
Maybe not at the moment. Let's get through the interview first.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that. I'm gonna find some good ones. Yo, send me the number, Farzan. Were you watching? Were you in the chat? Okay, what should we nickname you? M? We'll just call you Grandmaster. So Grandmaster.
Is this the same?
How do I call here?
Okay,
Oh, you're washed? No, you're not washed. Okay, I'm gonna get. Okay, Farzan? What's a daily problem? Send it. I'm excited, man. This is fun. I never had someone
I
so.
haven't read the daily actually, so it was new.
What'd you say?
I haven't read the daily, so this is new.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we're gonna. Yeah. Don't even read the daily. We might not even care about running the code for this one. We need to see your thought process and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm gonna start this. This is gonna be a dedicated video. I'll let you introduce yourself, but yeah, were you tuned in to the stream?
Yeah, I was.
Nice.
What's the word again? Yeah, I was lurking in the stream.
Nice. How are you with like system design and stuff? Are you good at that too or not?
I mean, I'm still a student, so not like it's not something I really have experience in, but I'm down to like try it, and I feel like I need practice anyway.
Yeah.
So.
One day, like just let me know. We'll connect and we'll do more.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna we're gonna move myself here. So I'm gonna start a dedicated video. Hey chat, how's the audio sounding? But thanks also for hopping on to this stream. I know it's like hard to do a stream in front of a bunch of people. It's probably more nervous than like an actual interview. Are you nervous at all or no?
Kind of.
Yeah.
But I've been trying to go with the mentality of just do it for fun.
Yeah.
Don't think about being nervous too much.
Yeah, like I don't know, like I'm not. This is not the coding Jesus stream. We're not gonna be roasting anyone.
Hopefully not.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna start the video. All right. 3, 2, 1. Hey everyone. So today I have a Grandmaster in Code Forces hopping on the stream, and they're gonna walk through. We're gonna do a coding interview. I'm gonna ask 2 questions. Probably spend about 20 to 25 each questions, and let's see their thought process. Let's see how they do, and I'll see if I can give feedback at the end. This person's probably a lot better than me, but actually let's just talk a bit. Could you just introduce yourself quickly?
Like what do you want me to like introduce?
Yeah, maybe just maybe what school you go to, maybe what companies you might have worked for, and like how many leak code questions, or how you got good at Code Forces. Just like at a high level overview. Don't have to like dive too personal.
Sure, yeah. So I guess hi everyone. I'm Moses. I study computer science at Waterloo.
Nice.
So I'm currently still a student. I think in terms of competitive programming history, which I think is probably the more interesting thing here. I did it a lot in high school. So other people who have been in sort of like lived in like the Toronto area probably know this one like extracurricular class that a lot of people went to. So I went to that one. So helped me meet a lot of friends and sort of really get into it as more of like a sport, like more than anything else, like kind of like chess if you think about it. So in terms of practice, I haven't really seriously practiced since starting university. It's been like really busy and sort of honestly a lot of time I've just been like chilling with other people and stuff instead of practicing. So we'll see how this goes.
What year are you in?
Honestly, I'm about to graduate. I'm like 4th year.
Nice. Have you done internships and stuff?
Yeah.
You have work experience though? I know like Waterloo kind of forces you.
Yeah, they make us do they make you do 6 terms total.
Nice.
Optimally, this means most people try to intern at 6 different companies, which is a lot.
Yeah. Were you able to crack like Quant or Fang or anything like that?
Yeah, I already gave away my name, so yeah, I'm working at this firm in Chicago this summer called Radix. That's
nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds crazy. Is it like one of the top hedge funds?
It's a kind of comment. I don't think I don't think they're a hedge fund.
What's the company called? Oh, it's all good. We're worried about that. Like that's crazy though. Farzan's like huge. All right. Okay. So how long have you been doing competitive programming for? Before you went to school?
Honestly, I will say probably about I think probably 4 years is the best answer because I haven't really practiced since starting university. So I've sort of started around like grade 9 and then have sort of been quote unquote retired since starting university. That's the main time frame. Been practicing heavily for about from grade 10 to grade 12.
Nice. All right, this is crazy. All right, yeah, we could talk about more about it later. Let's just literally hop into the question. What programming language do you like to use?
I like to read the question first.
Okay, and then you pick one, huh? What are your options? Like your C++, Python, Java?
I mean, this is like a bit of a weird mental game because I think this is like I would approach this differently from if I was like doing a contest.
I see.
Generally, generally contest is like I would do C++ unless if like the problem required like big integers or like string manipulation. And then I would do Python, or if it was just like the first problem and I could bang it out in like 10 lines.
Yeah. I see. Cool. All right, let's hop into the first question then. I'll just drop the prompt. I'll let you go ahead and read it.
Oh, there was one caveat that I forgot, which is that usually in interviews I like to do Python because I feel like it's easier to explain things when I use Python.
I see. That makes sense. I like Python too. Just
It's pretty fun.
allows me to move faster.
Yeah.
All right. This is the first question.
Yeah, I see it in the window now. So it says an integer is K-palindromic if X is a palindrome. Or you're still copying it over.
This is just examples.
Oh, I see. So integers. Form a K-palindromic integer. Okay, see, so we can rearrange it. Return the count of good integers containing integers. So, it's not multiples of k. Oh, I see. So n and k are just two separate parameters, and we just want. What are the constraints on n and k? Do you have those?
Yeah. I can give you the constraints.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, n is 10. Interesting. I was surprised. I was expecting n to be like 1,000.
What if it was a? Well, let's talk about that after.
Actually, oh wait, no, I don't even know if that's possible. Never mind. Let's see if we can. I don't even know if that's possible. I just didn't expect n to be 10.
Okay.
So I mean, I think here is like because n is so small. If you divide n by 2, I mean, you get like 5 at most. So half the digits is 5. Because how to explain this? So with like a palindrome, you have like, it's gonna be something like let's start a new comment. Are they able to see like the comments that I wrote down?
I can see everything you're doing here.
Sounds good. So with like palindromes, you have like, you know, like it's always gonna be in the form of like A B C D D C B A, or like A B C D E D C B A. So this is sort of the two kinds of patterns that we expect like a palindrome to fall into. So the thing is like the first half of this is gonna be at most n over 2 digits, which means this is at most 5 digits. So you could just like brute force the first half, and then just check all the possibilities pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is my thought.
So you're thinking of, so what's the solution, like a brute force or?
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, sorry, no, I misread the problem, I think. Oh, it can be rearranged, the digits can be formed. Okay. Wait. The fuck? Okay, never mind. Sorry. I misread the problem. I was like, I thought it wanted me to return the number of K-palindromic integers. Yes, we have two good integers, R4 and 8. Wait, are they? Oh, because that's just one digit. I guess. Oh, I see. Okay. So we could. So what I mentioned earlier was you could generate sort of K-palindromic integers of n digits by sort of this brute force process. We just want to know whether an integer, the digits themselves can be rearranged to form K-palindromic integers. So I think you could probably like. There's sort of two ways to go about this. I think you could either sort of go like top down, as in like generate possible integers, like they sort of like consider like just all the n-digit numbers that exist, and then sort of figure out which one of those maps to K-palindromic integers. Because if we care about rearrangements, then the only thing that matters is like frequency. So like, I guess what would be a good example? Like, if you had like remember like 2020 is like, okay, is a good integer, right? For I think what is this case? Sorry, k equals 2, n equals 4. So 2020 is a good integer because it can be rearranged to 2002. So we, but the thing here is that we don't really care. Like, this basically says that since 2002 is K-palindromic, then any basically 4-digit number that's 2 zeros and 2 2s is sort of valid. So there's sort of two options. We can either figure out the list of valid frequencies sort of first by generating all of the K-palindromic integers, and sort of comparing basically n-digit numbers of them, or we could start with the list of all K-palindromic integers and just see how many possible permutations there are. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
And I think of those two approaches, I feel like the second one seems more promising.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just go for that one.
Sure. So how would you implement that?
Alright, so I guess we'll just say like okay, just have this probably. So then I want to generate all of the integer numbers that are K-palindromic. This is a little annoying because it's like different. I think there's like slightly different cases for like even and odd. I'm assuming like no leading zeros, right? Like you can't have like a leading zero.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just an integer.
Sounds good. I think I'll do something slightly inefficient for that, but it'll be fine. Put laser. So I think I will just. Is there? Oh, hold on. Is there like a Vim node on there? Okay. Yes. So I'll just say like if n is even first. So just have like a list here, and we'll just loop up to like half of n will be just n over 2. So if we had, for example, like if you had, for example, something like n equals to 8 that we want 4 digits, so we loop up to 10 from 1,000 to 10,000. So this is like honestly, we'll clean up the code in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Variable names are kind of bad, but we'll clean those up later in a second because it's kind of like more algorithmic than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So we just 10 to the power of I think half minus 1 to the power of 10 to the power of half. I think this seems like the right number. So I think this should cover all of like the leading digit can't be 0 because otherwise it's not actually in digits. I just want to make sure we capture numbers that are exactly digits. And so it's just I don't know if this works. Not sure if that works. Is that okay? There we go. We'll just say this is like a full value. So this is a little bit messy, but I think it works out. And then so we say a full int 0. Then we do int palindromic int dot. Let's actually rename this because I don't like the how you just change that to 0. Yeah, there we go. All right. So now we just look at the odd case. I think for the odd case, this actually mostly holds. It's just that except like this code is mostly correct, except you have to add like a thing in the middle, like a sort of like a divider, you could say. So I think in this case, we'll just move the if statement. Say n 1 2 to 0. Then we do this else. Then we do something else here. I think there's also an edge case for n equals to 1. I'll check that later. So in this case, actually, this is a little bit more complicated because we care about. We want to basically loop over all the possibilities for the final digit as well. So we would say for j in range between either, I think from 0 to 9. I think there's some edge case here for like what is 0 considered. I think looking at the sample 0 is not included. So there's also a bit of an edge case here as well, I think. So this is some like 2 edge cases. I think n equals 1 in general is kind of a minefield, so we'll just like pretend it doesn't exist for now. Plus j, and then so we just add this statement again. Nice. Okay. I think this should generate all of the K-palindromic integers. And I think now we just want to consider like all of the. We only care about basically the frequencies of each character within integer. Like we can think of it as basically like a signature. So probably what I would do is if you just sort the digits, then that's sort of basically the same thing as the frequencies. So since I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna convert these to lists instead. So we get like lists of digits basically. It's a little bit inefficient. Oh wait, no, we can't do that because the modding, but we'll just convert them to lists for this basically. So we'll say like valid frequencies is equal to we'll just do this like by looping over it, and then so we can say actually this is a set frequencies dot, so we just add Sorted. Nice. So that should give us a set of all the valid frequencies, and then that actually generates all of the valid like ways, basically like things that can be formed into K-palindromic integers. So one thing to note is that for each, I guess I'm gonna call like set of frequencies, we don't really care like how to explain this. Like if we have two different like possible signatures, so an example for this would be like, let's see, what is an example here? For k equals 2, we have let's go back to n equals 4, k equals 2 for a second. So yeah, 2002 is K-palindromic, but also 4004, and 696 for example. So one thing is that no matter how we arrange 2002, it's never going to be like any of the other integers because the frequencies of the elements are different. So it's sufficient for us to basically compute the number of ways you can arrange each K-palindromic integer once we've sort of basically normalized for frequencies, and then just sum them all together. So that's sort of, I'm basically just considering each basically like element and valid freaks as like independent. Yeah. So I think in that case, we could probably just say that the answer is equal to, say like total count, return the total, and I just look over everything pretty much. And then just create a counter out of that, and we put counter.
So for this, like, could we add a list to a set?
Oh, there should be a string. Yeah, that could be a string. Yeah, I think we just want to sort the digits basically. I think leaving it as a string should be okay. So my bad for that. Frequencies is just this. Yeah, so we just have that, and then the total number of combinations is just the length factorial divided by each of the frequencies factorial. So we could like set up a factorial array for this. So it's just like this. Have at most n digits, so just say for range n.
Do you have lead code, by the way?
Huh? Yeah, I do.
Okay, because maybe I'll invite you to a lead code session so you could run it on there.
Sure, yeah. Sounds good. There we go. Let's do that. So we would say it's a frequency, and then so equals to that of, I think just n. And then for, actually so we care about the values basically only, so we don't care about the keys. And we say current total is, I think this should be correct. Oh, we forgot the n equals 1 case. I think we just count the number of digits that are divisible by k. So if
okay.
There we go. I think this seems legit.
All right, let's hop into the lead code. Are you in the lead code?
Did you send me on Discord?
Yeah,
or...
Discord.
Oh, I see.
Just copy and paste. Or I'm gonna copy and paste this thing right in there.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Let me sign in here. Oh shit, I have to. Yeah, I'm actually. I'm doing MIT IT at 6:30. Just for funsies, like I'm not.
Where are you going? You're joining MIT?
No. I have. Oh, you have my code here. Thanks. There's some like MIT informatics tournament at 6:30 that I'm like.
Oh wow.
To. Isn't like 23 minutes.
23 minutes? Yeah, maybe we can do this again. This is just a warm up. Cause I didn't come up with the good questions. I mean, this is a good one. Let's get this running, and then maybe for the next one we'll do let's plan for like an actual full interview.
Yeah.
Because I need to study the question before and understand what's going on. Because I do not know what's going on here. All right, run this though.
Fair enough. Yeah. So see, invalid literal for I think just like, wait, what is it? What is it exactly yelling at me about here? I think it just like fucked up some type stuff. So. Why is this wrong? What's the first? Oh, first is n equals to b. Like, I'm getting like bamboozled by the type. Oh, invalid literal for int with base 10. Oh, this is not even. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I see. No, this should be. I think these should both be nothing.join. So I want to make them like actual strings. I think is the issue. Modulo by 0. Oh, there should be 1. So we get 28 instead of 27. Why is that? I guess the question is, let's look at what the cases are. Oh, no, we're printing. So I'll just print all the signatures out. Actually, what am I getting on test case 3 as well? Okay, no, I'm actually just looping over.
Like maybe the trailing zeros thing.
Trailing zeros? I think trailing zeros should be fine, right? Because trailing zeros should be like, it's just leading zeros that are bad, because trailing zeros, like, it ends up being something like if it's like, if you have an integer like 20, then it'll become like 2002. So I think it should be okay.
Or I mean,
like
what about
200.
are you handling leading?
Oh, I just handle leading by looping it from at line 13. I don't loop from 0. I loop from like if it's like 4 digits. Wait, hold on. It should be, yeah. Like for example, for like n equals to like 8, then I would like to loop over all 4-digit numbers. So I loop from 1000 to 9999. Is sort of what I'm doing. That's the way I was thinking about it.
I see.
So I think I just print out all the signatures is probably the issue. Like if I just look at what signatures it's getting, and then maybe something strange is
Yeah.
going on.
Third one is off by more than 1.
Yeah, I think it's probably like. Actually, you know what would be funny if I just print. What if I print the signature and I print like the cur total? Because whatever is incrementing it by 1 is probably like one of the signatures is just like computing a wrong value, shouldn't be included for some reason. Oh, 555. What's wrong with 555? Wait, actually, what is wrong with that? It's divisible by 3. That's strange. That's 27. I think it makes sense that all of the values are. Is there a reason why 553 is not okay? Sorry, 555. Because I think these should all have. Oh wait, no. The issue, I think, is the 055 here is the problem. So when you have zeros, it does. You're correct. It does cause problems, I think. Because I think it's counting the permutation where the 0 is on like the. Or like the 0 is like on like the 055 permutation. So this should actually be a 2. Sorry, wait. Well, you can't see my. I just realized you can't actually see like what I'm highlighting.
I see. I know what you. I know. I see the 055 and it says 3, right? And
0.53. Yeah, that should be a 2. So I think that's the issue, probably. So I think I just want to prevent zeros from being on the very last digits. Let me just think about how you would do that. I think. I think it makes it like counting wise quite a bit more complicated because so I think maybe it's possible to just count like the number of to subtract the number of permutations that include the 0 as like the first digit. So I think what we could do is because it's sort of like inclusion exclusion. So I think that would work. So what I would probably do is I would just say like per total leading 0. What I would say is that, and then we'll say per total this variable. I think this could work. So we only care about this value if, in the particular case of there being zeros. So if frequency of 0 is greater than is positive, then I think what we'll do is we'll just subtract that by 1. It's a little bit cheap because we're mutating frequencies, but we only use this like array like once anyway and discard it immediately after. So I think this is okay. Oh, I'm not done it yet.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just.
All good. Yeah, all good. So again, in this case,
You got trigger happy.
Yeah. I mean, I can also just run it myself as well because I usually just check it.
You're using Vim key binding?
Yeah, I've got used to it at some point during high school. Yeah, so I think this should work. Let's just see what it does first. Oh, I keep using Mac hotkeys. I got a Mac like a couple months ago.
You like it?
That's pretty nice. So okay, so Silver's 28. That's a little bit awkward. I think. What's the issue here? So what is print? Actually, what I'll do, I'll just do that. I'm a little bit confused why that's still doing that. Should have fixed the problem at least somewhat. Oh, it's reading 0 for that. That's strange. For 055, it should be 1.
Yeah.
So if freaks 0, it doesn't make sense for this to be 0. I think what the issue could be is. Oh wait, no, this should be. Oh, this should be. I guess the digit 0 maybe. Is that what the issue is? But why? I'm a little bit confused why that is like. Returning. Oh wait, hold on. This is still incorrect because.
Or you say if the freak 0 is equal to like this.
It just needs to be greater than 0.
Okay.
I think as long as it's positive, but
Sure.
it's like. Let me actually print out what freaks has, because I feel like it might be a map of like characters or something, and then it's like. That could be like some kind of like
Just
type
tripping it
error,
out.
weird
Ooh.
coercion. Oh yeah, it is some like weird type coercion. Okay, yeah, so it should be, yeah. So if root 0 is greater than 1, sorry, greater than 0. Let's just make it explicit. I'll just have that. Let's do this, just to make sure that it's actually being hit. Okay, now it's getting accepted.
Nice,
So that
nice.
is the issue then probably.
Okay, remove them prints. That's gonna slow it down.
Yeah. See if that runs.
Submit.
Oh, nice. All right.
Nice. Got my 1-day streak for me. Nice. I don't know. That was crazy. That was good for a hard question. Yeah. How do you feel you did on the interview question?
I think question-wise, I mean, one thing that I feel like I have issues with the interviews is I feel like my thought process with like LeetCode questions is kind of disorganized. So I'm always like in the back of my head kind of worried that like the interviewer doesn't really know what's going on because I'm like jumping all over the place. I mean, that's just kind of how I write code. So that's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah.
And I was a little bit, I mean, I was like kind of flustered because like the question, because I was like, I saw a question with like n equals to 10, and I was like, I should be doing this more quickly.
Yeah.
Like in the back of my head. But that's about it.
Okay. No, I don't know. The chat just gave me a random question. I had no idea. I was only figuring it out while you were doing it. So I think we should do another session a different time where I'll actually prepare some good questions, some hard ones, and I'll actually figure out and give proper feedback. Cause you're right. Like you initially proposed some solution, but yeah. Like I didn't know like if it was gonna work right away, and the chat was kind of confused with it at first. But as you got typing, you eventually like iterated to something that was gonna work. But I don't know. How do you? Yeah, it was good though. Like you solved the question. Chat, what ELO is this question? But I actually got some harder questions for you on a different time, like ones that are like 3,000 ELO on LeetCode.
I mean, I could read the question. I'm kind of curious. Actually, I guess there's not much point in me reading it if I need to go in like 10 minutes anyway.
Yeah, you have to go in 10 minutes. So we're gonna prepare. I'm gonna sit down with all of these, all the chat members who've been waiting for you, and who've been waiting for good questions to ask you, and we're gonna figure out some good ones, and they're gonna train me on how to interview you on that question. Then I'll set up like we're in that group chat, so I'll just message you. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
That was fun though. All right, good luck. You're going to like some MIT event?
No, it's like this online competition that MIT runs. I don't.
You're
I
joining
just
it?
do it for fun because it's like I haven't really done competitive programming in like quite a while.
So what did they do?
I could do it.
Like
If you're like really good, like I think top 16 US or top 8 internationally, then they invite you out to basically go hang out at MIT for like an on-site finals.
Wow,
I think one of my friends actually went last year.
that's crazy.
He's really good, and I think he's been practicing a lot too. So
Yeah, maybe I'll get him on here too. Gotta get all the crack kids. People need to see how good you can get at this coding problem stuff. I mean, this is like way even harder than leak code. But yeah, I have more questions to ask you, but I'll let you go for now. I'll message you. But
Yeah, sounds good.
all right.
Actually, I was looking at something random. No, that's all I have.
Yeah, thanks for hopping in though. Good luck on that competition. Get some rest before that thing in 10 minutes. But yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. By the way, it was pretty fun.
Yeah, no, that's fun. Thanks for hopping on. Yeah, we'll keep in touch. I'll message you on Discord. All right. See ya.
Of course. See ya.
Yo, chat. That was crazy. You guys bodied that question. Farzan, of course I'm gonna get the guy on stream. That's the first thing I thought. Top 10 in the world? That's insane. Yo, chat, how do you think they did? How did you think Plasma did? Nah, there's somebody who's coming on in 10 minutes. Yo, chat, how was that? That was pretty good. Holy crap. That was good. We got more people on. We got more people coming up. Let me see who's next. Nah, dude, that guy works at like some crazy hedge fund in Chicago. That guy's cracked. That's like some crazy bar. That's like a different bar. What's the name he said? Farzan knew right away. The hell's Radix? Radix levels FYI. Do they make a lot of money? Is it hard to get in there? Radix trading firm. This is where this guy was working. What a legend. He's probably like a quantitative researcher or something. What's Headlines and Aquatic? Is that like the top firms? Okay, what's the TC? What should I apply for this real quick? Persistent drive, yeah. I got that. I don't have probabilistic thinking. Team mindset, got that for sure. Orientation for making money. What the? Yo, how do you get that good? Okay, I'm gonna take. Yo, I have somebody coming up next. Let's see, check. Yo, that guy's cracked, man. Holy crap! How did he get that good? All right. Who knows, man? Who knows? Turan, give me join. Let's join in 5 minutes. I'm gonna take a quick break. I have my new feature on my app, and we're gonna get more coding interviews. We got 3 more coding interviews. Quick select. Find a good video. I like this one. Yo, chat. I also was building out this thing earlier or yesterday. Be testing me. Gonna ask me a few DP questions. You wanna quickly talk about how you're gonna format this interview?
Yeah. So the easiest way for me is I'm just looking at the neat code like 150 or
trying to build out like a ranking
ones,
system.
and then depending on how you do, I'll kind of see which ones to ask you next.
Nice.
So we'll do 2 or 3 questions, kind of depending on how you're doing.
Yeah.
And then the difficulty will kind
Strong hire on that guy. Today I have Super Crack Dev hopping on for a coding interview. Just Super Crack, introduce yourself and what comes from adding these two. Like each linked list represents some number, and we basically just need to do elements. And I'm gonna get like all of my mock interviews. You could just hop on here, watch them, rate them and stuff, and we're gonna like build a leaderboard. Pretend one link list represents 55, and the other link list represents 55. The next link list that we should output should be 110. Does that make sense?
Yes. Can I change it to C++?
Sure. I'll show you the different, like, I have analytics page now, so it pulls all of my analytics. So simple stuff. I have like a hidden break page. I have some features. I'm building this out more fully. Let me take like a 5-minute break. Some of these old videos are trash. Oh, nice. Get Paul in here. Start up this video. Hey, everyone.
Rotating it. We were just rotating the image clockwise by 90 degrees, right?
Exactly. So you could look at this input.
Right.
N by N matrix. We'll have the criteria at the end. So the first question is, you're given a N by N matrix, rotated by 90 degrees. So if this is the output,
Okay, so we're just rotating it. We're just rotating the image clockwise by 90 degrees, right?
exactly. So you could look at this input.
Okay.
And just explain to me why the output should be that.
Yeah, so effectively for this, we're just rotating 90 degrees. So if you're like familiar with, say, a tire, I'm just gonna draw another example down below that's probably easier to just, let me just move these numbers so it's easier to keep track of. So say you want to rotate this tire. This is like a circular shape. Are you able to see this, right? The comment?
Yep.
Say you want to rotate this 90 degrees clockwise.
Sure.
You're going to rotate this 1 to here.
Okay.
And this is going to be what was here before. So it's going to be 3, and then 4, and then 2. So everything's going to be shifted 90 degrees that way. So in a matrix, effectively 90 degrees is switching from one corner to the opposite corner, or switching from, say, one wall to another wall. So effectively it's just moving So see this 2 here is going from the top middle, it's going to the right middle. And then this is going from the top left to this one's going from the top left to the top right during the rotate.
Sure.
So the implementation for, I guess, like for numbers, just what you need to do to actually achieve this, at least the easiest way in my opinion, is to first just do a vertical reversal, or a rotation rather. So effectively just rotate it over just over the center, a vertical line in the center, right? So say we're going to have the input matrix, and then we're going to have matrix middle, in this case, would equal 3, 2, 1, 6, 5, 4.
Okay.
And then 9, 8, 7. And the reason we want to do this is so we can then afterwards do a simple transpose. And what a transpose is effectively switching the rows and the columns, and since it's in by end, we don't really have to worry about reallocating memory for a different size matrix or anything like that, since it's always going to be a square matrix.
Sure.
So basically we're able to do this in place because it's a square matrix. So we're just going to switch from column, right here we have column 0, 0. We're going to switch that to effectively column, we're going to switch column 0, 0 with the opposite one, so effectively rotating it over a diagonal line, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna rotate it over a diagonal line here?
Yes. 1 second. Let me just give me a second. No. Okay. Sorry. I misspoke. Are you able to still hear me? I think
I can hear you.
Okay. I think I made a mistake here. So we actually don't want to do it we don't want to do it over the vertical center. We want to do it over a horizontal. Since we're going clockwise.
Back. We back. Okay, next up. Let's go. So that guy, he's telling me that he's prepping for new grad roles. That's so funny. Does he even need to prep? Maybe system design. I don't think he'll need to prep anytime soon. The chat, y'all can hear me? Everyone's here? Probably, yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get him on again. And I'm going to ask him like actual realistic interview questions and see if he can solve it in just literally 5 minutes. Dude, that was crazy. Alpha, how long did that one take you to solve? Tehran, hop on. Bro, that would took me forever. Tehran, what's up?
Hey guys, how are you?
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Nice. Cool. Thanks for hopping on to do a coding interview. I'm gonna send you a CoderPad link.
Sure.
So what level are you? Did you see the last guy?
Yeah.
Are you similar?
Yeah, no.
150? Okay. Easy to make medium? Okay. Your mic is a little weird. Do you have a better mic or move up closer?
Just a minute.
Yeah,
Is this any good or?
It's better now. It's better. 100% better.
Okay.
Chat, How's the... One sec. Cool. You have access to the coder pad, right? Are you in?
Not yet. Just a minute. Oh, where can I find that?
I sent it in the Google Meets.
Yeah, I couldn't find the link.
Okay, I'm gonna send it to you on Discord. Sec. All right, hop in.
Yep, got it.
One sec.
Yep, I just joined.
Oh, you're in? You're in?
Yes.
Okay, one sec. Let me just make sure. How's the audio, everyone? Okay, can you say something, actually? I'm just testing the audio.
Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, perfect. Sounds amazing. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start a separate video. Let me quickly label those videos. So we had the... I'll label that later. Alpha, he's doing... Oh, he's doing no overbooking there? Yeah. I kind of messed up on the question. My bad. I slept late. But how do you follow up after that guy? Okay, I'm gonna start a new video. What's your background, by the way? Like...
I did masters in computer science
Oh, you have a
in sunny
master's?
Buffalo. Yeah,
In Buffalo University?
Buffalo University.
And then, like, how much work experience do you have right now?
2 years of experience.
2 years of experience? Okay.
Yes.
Where do you, like, what kind of
Uh,
company do you work at right now?
I'm currently looking for a job. Like I'm a recent graduate from sunny Buffalo,
Nice.
so I had experience previous to masters.
Cool. Okay. Oh shoot, I was doing a long recording. Okay, I'm gonna start recording. I'll let you intro yourself, and we're gonna go through some coding questions. Let me just pull up
Sure.
the questions. Let me find some good ones. You said you did only 100 to 200 questions,
Yes.
and what's the breakdown on that? Like, how many easies, how many mediums, how many hards?
I did around 80 to 90 mediums and like 20, 30 easies, I'd say.
Okay, you did 90 mediums. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty
Yeah.
good. Okay, find you some questions. Sorry, let me just bring this up. And, like, how come you want to do a mock? Are you just getting into interviewing? Like, you want to ramp up?
Yeah, like I have some interviews coming up,
Nice.
like maybe Amazon and
Nice.
within like 2, 3 weeks. So
Cool. Okay, let me ask you Amazon specific question then.
okay.
Is that the only company you're preparing for, Amazon, so far?
I have that interview coming up and few more startups maybe.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Let me sort by frequency. One sec. Gonna be back later. Okay. See ya, Alpha. ask you. Yeah, I got a good one.
Mhm.
Okay. I have a couple ones. Okay, I'm gonna start this video up. Cool. All right, 3, 2, 1. Hey everyone. So today I have my friend who's a master's or graduated from a master's in Buffalo, and is looking to crack Fang. Has been practicing lead code. Has done about 150 lead code questions in the last little bit. But I guess I'll let you introduce yourself. But today we're going to be working through a coding interview. But yeah, you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Sure. So, hi, I'm Charan Kumar Nara. So, I'm a recent graduate from Sunny Buffalo University.
Nice.
So, the master's was in computer science, and previously I had 2 years of experience at Cognizant as software engineer. And previously I worked as a stealth startup as software development engineer intern. So, yeah, that's pretty much about me. Thank you.
Nice. And then how many lead code questions have you solved?
I've solved around like 150 questions, and the breakdown is like 100, 90 mediums and 30 to 40 easies, and rest are hard.
Nice. And like, how do you feel you are at, like, what level do you think you are? Pretty good? Still hard for you to do lead code?
Like I can do some of the like standard questions. I was able to do some graph or I'd say trees, graphs, backtracking questions, and 1D DPs. So I'm comfortable with them right now.
Okay.
And yeah, pretty much looking for diving deep into like DPs,
Okay.
graphs, more complicated. Yeah.
Nice. You're diving into dynamic programming a bit more.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's just get into the first question then. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna work through a couple questions here. We're gonna spend about 20 minutes to 25 minutes on each question, probably around 20 minutes.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll just move on to the next question. So around the 20-minute mark. So I'll just drop
Yeah.
in the first question. This is an interactive code editor, so feel free to run the code as much time as you want. But what we're gonna do here is the first question is sort of a classic question, but I'm gonna drop it in here. But we're gonna be given a integer array of unique elements, and we need to generate all the possible subsets, the power set of that number array. So we have an example here. Make sense?
Yes. Can I start?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll just read the question quickly. So given an integer of unique elements, you have to return all possible subsets, right? So I think we can have 2 power n subsets for an array of n elements. So sorry, just a moment. So because it's asking for generating all subsets, I think backtracking would be a brute force approach for this. And let's say can I draw a state space tree so that it would be much more intuitive?
Sure.
For that. So let's say we have 1, 2, 3, and let's say we are like picking 1 first, and like so let's say we are picking 1, and we are not picking 1 for the first time. It's an empty set, and let's say you're picking 1 and 2 for the. Let's say we're picking 1 and 2 for the second index. When let's say we are at index I at this, and for the first index we will pick 1, and we either have 2 options, like we can pick 1 or we can skip 1. And for the second index, if we are at 2, I'm sorry. We can either pick 2 or we can either skip 2. Like we'll only have 1. I hope that makes sense till now. So,
Mm-hmm.
so for the third index, let's say we'll pick 3.
Makes sense. So you're thinking of just doing a backtracking
Yeah,
algorithm on it?
just kind of.
Yeah.
It's like a pick or select or not select problem.
Sure.
So based on the indexes, we'll try to see if index is at the end of the length. If it's at the end of the length, so we'll try to then it stays that we're at a possible solution. So we'll add that to our sub solution, and pretty much like that.
Yeah.
So
Makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Let's go ahead and implement that.
Definitely, sure. So let's take a signature for finding subsets. We will have nums as integer array. So let's say we have the result array for storing the results and sub solution for storing the each of sub solutions like 1 empty arrays, 1, 2, all the subset. So I'll try to take this helper function DFS, which keeps track of index, and we will call this as the index 0 with the index 0. Okay, so with that, I'll check if I is at the end of the length of nums. If that's the case, then we'll append the sub solution which we got to the result, right? And we simply return. So the copy, we are using copy because the sub solution might it might get updated when we are doing for other specific indexes. So that's the reason we are using copy. And now we need to stuff this sub solution with the numbers, and we try to start the backtracking code. So let's start the backtracking code. So for sub solution, we will append. We will try to append nums of I, and let's explore this next index. So let's say we are at index 0. So we'll try to move forward based on the index and add each and every individual element first, which is the leftmost part of the state space tree. And then we'll try to, if we find the solution, then we'll try to append that with the result. Otherwise, we'll pop out this we'll pop out the element which we just added. So yeah, I think so after popping it, we'll move to other branches. We'll explore other branches. It actually uses this DFS approach. So I think let's say we have nums as 1, 2, 3. And we'll try to call finding subsets of nums. After getting this DFS, okay, we will try to return the result, which pretty much has all the results. So I think this is good. Shall I run an example through explaining what it does? Or
yeah, let's do a dry run.
Dry run, yes. Okay, I'll take a different example. let's just take this example and let's write in. So for initially we have result as empty set, and we have sub-solution which is empty. And we'll try to call DFS of 0 initially, stating that we are at a particular index, at start index. Let's say this is the index where we are. And when we call DFS of 0, it checks if I is not at the length yet. So we will add this 1 to the sub-solution. Let's say we have 1 to the sub-solution, and then we'll call the next index, which is 2. After going to the next index, it's not the length of nums yet. So we will come out and add it to the sub-solution, which is 2. And we'll explore the next index, which is I is 3. So if it's still not at the length of nums, because length of nums here is 3, and we are actually at this second index. So we will add that to the sub-solution too. And yeah, once we reached this length, which is like we came out of the loop, out of the array, we add this sub-solution to the result.
Okay. So it tried all of it, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the leftmost part of this tree which I'm talking about. And coming to the next iteration. So now that we have explored all these all the elements, we'll try to pop the last element from the sub-solution, which is like we'll pop out 3, and then we'll pop out 3, and then we'll go back to the next iteration. Okay, so I missed the statement here, which actually explores the next element after popping out the next index. So now we have only 2 elements in the list, sub-solution, and when we call out DFS, so the index is at I here, and after calling the DFS, it goes out of the subarray, and this subarray will be added to the result. So I think that makes sense. And yeah, after that we will try to pop out second index. Okay.
Let's write a test case. Oh, you have one right there. Let's run it.
Test case? Okay, yeah. I think that's it. Like, we got all the subsets.
Yeah, looks good. Let's run it in my code. One sec. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, that makes sense right there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run it on one small case.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. Good job on that.
Yeah. Thanks.
We're gonna go to the next question. So, I'm gonna copy and paste this in here. I'll let you go ahead and read that.
Okay. So there are total of NEM courses we have to take, ranging from 0 to NEM courses -1. So you are given a array of prerequisites, where prerequisites of I is A of I, B of I, indicates that you must take courses BI first if you want to take course AI. All right. So Okay, so there are like some prerequisites you need to consider. So I think you will have you'll be given some prerequisites list where the first one is uh, in order to complete the first course, I think you need to complete the all other like the adjacent one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in this case we have two courses and uh, we have prerequisites of 1 and 0.
So we're
So
given. It's pretty much. I'll just explain at a high level. We're
yeah.
given a bunch of prerequisites. So we're saying for this one, we're saying what's the pair? You must take BI first if you want to take course AI. So for this one, we have to take 0 first before we take
Mhm.
1. So we're going to be given a list of prerequisites. We just need to return the order. We just need to
Okay.
return the order that we should take the courses. So this one, since 0 depends on 1, or 1 is or 0 is a prerequisite of 1, we should take 0 and then 1.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. All right. So I could think of like this as a directed graph. So it could be a directed graph problem. So let's say we have 4 courses. I'm taking this example to dry run just to walk through. Let's say we need to take course 0 before course 1, and then we have to take course 2 before course 0 before course 2 as well, and we need to take course 1 before. Or else I can visualize it differently. 1 needs 0 and 2 requires 0, or 3 requires first course, or like third course requires second course. So we can form a graph with it, I think so. So let's say we the graph. Ooh.
Okay.
And this point out the okay, so I think this makes sense, right?
Sure.
So we are looking at it as a directed graph.
Yeah.
We can create one approach I could think of is like let's say so 3, 2, 1. So 3 depends on 2 and 2 depends on 0. So I think let's take this let's take an example of a simpler example. Maybe can figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
There are a total of 2 courses.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you.
So yeah. I was
You're
just
just thinking?
thinking,
Yeah.
yeah.
Which part are you thinking about?
So I'm thinking like what are the cases we can get like what are the cases we can get a cyclic graph so that we there's a kind of dependencies. For example, if we have 0 depends on 1, and if 1 depends on 0, so then that's an invalid case, right? Uh, if 1 depends on 0 again, so that's an invalid case.
Yeah.
So like in that case, we just return an empty array, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or
It says right here.
all right.
Yeah, return empty array.
Okay. And I think we could uh, detect a cycle maybe. For example, we can detect if there's any cycle in the given directed graph. If there is cycle, then I think we could not complete any courses, and hence we can pick an empty array. Otherwise, if everything is uh, individually dependent on the course, then I think we can give the sequence of arrays, sequence of courses.
Mm-hmm.
I think that works. Like
So
so, let's
how are you
try
gonna
to.
find out the right sequence?
So we will try to do a DFS on this adjacency list. For example, we have for one node we have 0 as a prerequisite, right? And second node we have 0 as well. And for the third node we have 1 as a prerequisite and 2 as a prerequisite. Let's say we have for 0 we have nothing as a prerequisite. Yeah, so these are the cases. So let's say we are going through DFS from 0. So since 0 has no other prerequisites, we'll try to add that to the solution. I think that makes sense because we're going sequentially.
Mm-hmm.
So next for the first index, for the first course, we will try to check if there are any prerequisites. So 0 is a prerequisite, so we'll check if there are any other courses with a 0. If there are no courses with a 0, then I think one can be completed within one can be completed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can add 1 to the
Okay.
sequence. And the next element for the next thing, we can go to the second course and do the same thing. There's no like 0 has no prerequisites, so we can add that to the list too. We can yeah, so I think that works. So for the third one, we need 1 and 2 courses. So 1 and 2, since 1 and 2 can be completed, we can add that to the list as well. So okay.
Okay. So could you explain one thing quick for me?
Sure.
It's like, okay, how do we know who can go right away? So you're just how are we gonna know? So you're gonna look at who has no dependencies, kind of like who has no neighbors.
So I'm like for the first initially I'm thinking I need to start with 0, but I think this sequence is incorrect.
Mm.
Like I need to start from a specific course maybe. So I'm thinking like how to
Well,
go
yeah,
with that.
this can be anybody, right? Like it could be like 20. It won't be just
Okay.
0.
Yeah.
Or it could be rearranged. It could be like 0, 1. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
So
I'm going through the like 0th course first,
sure.
and then I'm just doing DFS on the adjacency list so that we can know which course to complete first based on the prerequisites. So like okay, so I got it. So as soon as we reach uh okay okay so there are multiple answers, so that's where I'm stuck in. So this is also a correct sequence, I
There's
guess.
multiple answers.
Yeah, that makes sense. Got it. Yeah, I think we could pretty much create a adjacency list for it and look through it. So can start coding if you.
Okay,
Oh.
wait. Could you just explain your algorithm again quickly?
Okay, so I'll create an adjacency list based on the given edges. Okay. So with the given edges, I'll try to go over a DFS, and with that, I'll try to check if each course has any prerequisites. I'll try to also include this cycle case when we include something in the node, something in the DFS path. So when we are moving through a DFS path, if the same course is repeated again in the same path, then there is a cycle, right? So it's kind of a backtracking approach we can use here as well. I'm thinking of. So uh,
So
yeah,
which node are we gonna start on for the DFS?
0th course. The first, like we go through like for 0, like 0 to num course minus 1. That's okay, if that makes sense.
And we're gonna do a DFS on every single node, kind of thing.
I mean, no, yeah, like only the first node. Sorry, we'll do only to the first node, and
Okay, what about if it's this case? Like, one has no dependencies.
okay, so yeah, if there are no dependencies, like I think it makes sense to check all the courses and also keep a visited array so that we'll not visit the same course again.
Okay, could you explain this loop a bit further?
Oh, okay. So let's say we are going through this loop from 0 to num course minus 1, and we'll call DFS of 0, I mean DFS of I, let's say is an index. So for the first index, we will check if there are any prerequisites for it. So there is a first course. Okay, so I'll just quickly.
Like we call DFS on 0 at that point, right?
0, yeah. So we'll go through the 0 first, and it has a prerequisite of 1. So we will try to explore its adjacent path, which is 1. So we'll call the DFS again for 1 in the adjacency loop.
Okay.
The neighbors loop, which we'll be defining. And that one, by calling that 1 to the DFS, we'll get an empty list, right? Because there are no more courses.
Sure.
So that gives you a true, or like it gives you a positive or positive response. So we can add that to the sequence. I think we can go through that up. And then after that, after doing the first course, I think we're done with the 0, and then we'll go through the first one again and see that we already visited that before it can be completed. So we will directly move to the next course, which is 2.
Sure.
And then we'll check its adjacent nodes, which is 1 again. So we already kept track of this node. So we can say that this course can be completed as well, and add that to the sequence. And later we'll move forward to the third course. So in this adjacency list, we have 2 neighbors. So the first one, we'll explore the first one again, and because it's visited, we will get true from that, and the second one is the same, like we'll get true from that course too.
Okay, so we're gonna look at 3 and we're gonna see we already did 1 and 2.
Yeah.
What if there's something like 4?
Okay.
We'd recurse that. But maybe 4 depended on 1.
Okay. Yeah, so when we call the third course, we'll explore these 2, and we know that those can be completed. And then we come across this fourth course, which we'll call DFS on this, and this will be like when we call the DFS and explore the adjacent nodes of 4. So we'll check there are like the adjacency list is not empty yet. So we'll call 1 again. And then this one will reach out to the empty list so that we can identify that the course doesn't have any more prerequisites to complete. So yeah, like I think we can mark after like we can mark it simply within this adjacency list as well.
Yeah.
So for example, we can let's say one has no more prerequisite, right? So when we move across, when we call DFS of 0, and once we know that 0 is already true, so we can simply make it as true. Like I think we can make it as empty list, so that keeps track that can improve much more. I think that can improve the time, maybe. If that makes sense.
Okay, let's go ahead and implement it.
Okay.
The solution
Yeah,
you're thinking.
Yep. Okay, let's say we have course to complete, right? It has this prerequisites. It takes prerequisites and NEM courses. So let's say we are looping through the NEM courses from 0 to n-1, and we'll try to call each course, and let's say if DFS of I, which is like if that course has no more prerequisites, then you must add this course. I think you can add that course to the result. Okay. So let's take a result list. When we say that it's true, then we append that course to the list. Otherwise, I think we can simply return an empty list. Or we can just check, okay. Okay, I'll just implement the DFS first and check,
Sure.
and then come back to it. Let's define our helper function, which is index I. And we try to create an adjacency list before doing that, for A, B, and prerequisites. Let's define the adjacency list first, which is selections dot default date of list. We'll try to add neighbors of because it's a directed graph, we have to, like, it's only single path, so we try to append A to B. Okay, all right, so I think that works. Okay, now we'll try to move forward with this neighbors of I. Let's say we have neighbor in adjacency list of I. If there are any more neighbors, we'll try to call DFS of I. And so let's say we are at course 0, and this calls DFS of 0 and its neighbors are 1. So we'll try to call 1 as well. And then we'll try to check if one is empty list. So we'll check if adjacency list of I is empty list, then we return true. Okay. So with DFS, okay, so that returns true. Then we'll go to the DFS and we'll check. If DFS is not true, then we'll simply return false here, because there's no point of moving forward, because I think if that's false, then there's possible cycle. So to keep track of cycle, I can use a cycle set for keeping track of it, and also a visited set to keep track of the nodes which are visited at the path. And okay, so when we are starting the DFS path, we need to add the cycle, the course to the cycle. So we can add this course to the cycle, and after exploring that, we can just remove it from the DFS path. Like can remove the course, and then if it's successful, that means like there's no false cases. That means it's a valid course. Then we can add it to the visited array. So we can add the course to the visited array. I think all right. So yeah, after adding it to the visited array, we'll try to return true because it's a true case. Before that, we'll check if the course is already in cycle. If it's in cycle, then we return false. I think the base cases make sense, James. So if there's an empty list, so we return true. That means no more prerequisites. And if it's in a cycle, if the DFS path is in cycle, then you return false. So if there are no more false cases, then that means we came up with a valid course. So we add it to the visited array and we return true. So yeah, like so once if we seen that it is true, let's say if it's true, if DFS path is true, then we add that to the result. We add the course to the result. Otherwise, okay, so we can do the same thing here, like if not DFS of I, so we simply return empty list. I think it makes much more sense if we keep this result array at this top, and we'll try to add the result here directly when we know that it's a valid solution, valid course, so we can add this result here itself. I think this makes much more sense by adding it here. So whenever we get a valid course, then we'll try to append that to the result. And if we get false, and if it returns false, then I think we can simply return an empty array. And overall, like if there are no more false cases, then we can simply return the result, which we just came up with. Okay.
Okay. Can we run a test case?
Yeah. A walkthrough?
Yeah. Or let's run it on a test case.
Okay. So I'll try to create a main function. Let's say course to complete, prerequisites. Requisites. And number of courses, 4, which means prerequisites num course. Get the result, and we'll try to print out the result as well. Yeah, can I run this?
Yep, run it. Like returning empty.
Sorry. There's a false condition. I try to just check. So default date, it'll try to adjacency list. There's a cycle set and there's a result, and okay, I'll just walk through this really quick, like just walk through this adjacency list. Let's say we have okay, so so when we start, okay.
I think for this question we're pretty much at time.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we're at 40 now. So cool. How do you think you did?
I think like my thought process is not actually structured, right? Like I think I'm thinking a lot of different, like I'm starting from middle and again changing the previous lines.
Yeah.
And it's kind of scattered thought process. So I wanted to improve that while explaining. And
okay.
I think this, yeah. Sure.
Yeah. So let's talk about the first question. The first question, I think you did really good in the first question. You understood it's a backtracking algo right away. You tried adding, you knew how to implement the backtracking algorithm correctly, like popping it to the path, popping off. You understood the base cases and when to add to result and to build a copy. So you had good fundamentals of building a backtracking algorithm. You did miss the case where we don't try it, but you did a really good dry run and was able to figure out that you're missing the case where we have to try it and then we also have to recurse without adding it to the path. So you caught that and pretty much worked in one go. Solved it within 10 minutes. So really good part on the second or the first question. I think the second question, you were able to figure out it's a graph problem right away, but and your intuition was good of finding like recursing and finding elements that have no dependencies and kind of working backwards from that. But I think, have you ever heard of the topological sort algorithm?
Yes.
So the optimal solution is sort of doing a topological sort here, where you look for all of the nodes with no dependencies, and then you add those to the array, and then you remove those dependencies from the parent. And then if any parents no longer have any children, then you work on those. So it's kind of like a backwards DFS.
Okay.
So that's kind of like almost where you're getting at, but I think you just didn't, like this DFS one, some of the, there's some issues related to how there's like some edge cases that are getting hit here, why it's returning like right away.
Can I just like a real one line, can I add it to this?
Sure.
So I think it works. Oh, I just forgot this to make it empty list.
Okay.
So for example, like let's say we can add this adjacency list of I to empty. So if we make this as a valid course, so that for the next iterations it will be true. I'll just try to run. Okay. I think.
Yeah, it's still empty. It'll take a little bit to debug, but I think just like try it out, try reading up on the topological sort and then like trying out the question. But yeah, I think overall like your thought process was good. I think this one you kind of have to use a very specific algorithm to solve it. Like you could probably get this to work, but it will just take some tweaking, and we are already spent on 30 minutes on it. So I think learn topological sort. That's a very common question. I've been asked topological sort in like 5 or 6, and it's although you could do DFS here, it might work. the topological solution is way more elegant, I would say.
Got it.
So yeah, cool. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for hopping on and yeah.
Yeah, it was a really good session with you,
Yeah.
James. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks for hopping on.
Thank you.
See ya. Yo, chat. I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. Taking a break. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break and then we're gonna hop on for more. We got 2 more people today. What's in this video? We live. Figured this one out, but it was actually hard. Yeah, I see what it means. Like maybe counting the frequencies. Taking a break. Be right back. What's up with my... I can solve this with a heap. Okay, sick. Sorry, just fixing up this thing quick. Okay, now we're good. We'll do some competitions later too. Damn, I missed the contest today. Was it good? Given S and an integer K. Okay. I'm down. Y'all want to hit resume review today? Wait till more people come in. It's better if we have more people so we can crowdsource the stuff. But I'm always down to hop on and have career convos and stuff. Yo, Aries, what's good? Wait, let's solve this easy one. Given a string S and an integer K, return true if you can use all the characters in S. Okay. So I think all we need to do is like to construct we have to do K-palindromic string. Okay. I see. So I think all we just need to do is grab the frequency counts of all of these different ones. And then we could just use like some basic math to figure out how many palindromes I can create. So yeah, what we can do is John, what's good, man? Gonna hit some. Yo, John, we hit 600 leak code questions. Trying to hit 1,000. Yo, we're top 86K now. Dude, Aries. Dude, just like force yourself to work. Just start working on Harold, what's good? Aries, just start working on projects right away. You're probably good. Yo, Paul's gonna come. Paul's gonna come. Start grinding neat code. I would say start working on some projects. Yeah, but what he says is good too. No, I didn't. I didn't join. So usually maybe counting the frequencies. Counting the frequencies might help us here. Let me say it. If the number of odd frequencies is less than equal k, then we're good, I think. Yeah, I think we just need to count the number of counting the frequencies. Because if we know we have a certain amount of A's, we know we have a certain amount of N's. So all we need to do is wait, if we can get pretend we parse this out, right? Let's parse this into a frequency. A 1 N 2 A 2 B 1 E 2 L 2. Yeah. How many palindromes can we make with this? I mean, we can make a bunch. We can make... If we can choose, like, if A was middle. If A... if A is middle. Where's Lico cracked? If A is middle, how many can we make? B... C... If we can kind of loop through for every letter, loop through 26, or every letter make it the middle and then loop through how much we can make with the other ones. But like the order doesn't matter too. Order matters too. Given a string S and integer k, return true if you can use all the characters in S. Oh, you have to use all the... Okay. But if we have a string like A... What's TS? Yo, Mod, what's up? Even in... Yeah, I'm thinking we might be able to catch... Or count even and odds numbers. And I think based on the frequency, we can figure out the number of permutations we can make. I think it's just some math right there. I think it might just be some math. Because... if the number of odd is less than equal to k, bro, this was some math right here. Let's see, because if we have the number of odds, we can make any permutation of the ones that have. Okay, yeah, the odd for every odd, and then we can make permutations of all the other evens as well. Yeah, okay, let's just count this from collections. Y'all want to do a competition? We can run a competition soon too. Yeah, we can try it. Download Leet Rooms. Download Leet Rooms. We can play here. I'll show y'all how to play. Download Leet Rooms. Leet Rooms like this. Why default dict over regular? Because then we just don't have to manage empty keys that much. Where's LeetCode hard? Hyper Ultimate was good, man. How many palindromes can we make? Is it unique? Yeah, I don't really use it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't use that counter class that much. We back. Much needed break. Me. Yo, Ray, a pen. What's up?
Oh.
How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Nice to see you.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Let's get to work. How you feeling?
I don't know. Not so good. I've not practiced too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll see how it goes.
Yo, LeetCode Hard. I'll respond to your text in a sec, but I think he was waiting on the results of his interview. I think that's why he just reached out. But we had a what's it called? Grandmaster hop on the chat, which is crazy. Grandmaster Code Forces. So he bodied some hard question. I'll send it for the thing. But he worked at Radix or something. He works at Radix. Aria Pen, were you there for this guy?
Oh yeah, I was.
What do you think? He's good. He worked at Radix. He's like he's a
That guy's
grandmaster.
insane.
Yeah, he's a grandmaster code forces. But I only got the chance to ask him one question because he was going to like some other event.
Yeah. Yeah, but he was solving it pretty quickly also.
He solved this one. Find the good integers. Yeah, he had like Vim bindings and stuff. This is his code. Liam, what's good? Yo, GNA, what's up? All the members are in. Okay. So how many questions have you done?
I think maybe around 50.
50? Okay, how many?
Yeah, 50.
How many like easies, mediums, hards?
Probably around like 25 to 30 easy questions. And then most of them are medium. Maybe 1 or 2 hard questions. That's it.
1 or 2 hard questions.
Yeah.
And then how many? Sorry, I missed it. What's the breakdown?
So it's probably around like 25 to 30 easy. And then the rest are medium. And then maybe 1 or I think two hard questions. Yeah.
Okay. And like, what's your background?
So I am currently working at a startup, but I had not done lead code before, so I'm just getting started with interviewing at places. So yeah, just getting started with lead code. So
Okay, just getting started.
yeah.
Cool. All right. I'm gonna put you in the coder pad. Holy crap!
Okay.
How did I kick these guys on my coder pad? They stayed on. It's all good. I think I could invite a few people on here. Let me. I'll send you the invite. Let me prep it.
Mm-hmm.
Tron, thanks for hopping off. I sent it to you on the Google Meet.
Yeah, got it.
Tron, that was a good interview though. Hope you learned something too. It's just good to get the reps in. So what kind of companies are you interviewing for?
Right now,
Yeah.
I'm just applying to places. Probably will get an interview with Walmart, and probably with Amazon.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll ask you Amazon tag question.
Sure. Yeah. That'll.
How familiar are you with the different patterns? Like, how are you with arrays?
Arrays is okay, but I can't do some of the hard questions on arrays yet.
Okay, what about backtracking?
Probably I haven't touched upon backtracking yet. Yeah.
Oh, you haven't brushed it?
No, I haven't.
Okay, what about depth first search?
Yes, I have touched upon graphs. Yeah.
Okay, you touched on graphs, depth first search, breadth first search, everything like that.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Actually, one of my favorite ones to just test candidates on.
Okay.
So as usual, we're gonna do like probably 20 minutes each question, and we're just gonna get a sense of where you're at. Okay, I'm gonna post in the first question.
Cool. Yeah. Okay, let me then read through it. So it says, given an n cross n grid, which represents a map of ones. Oh, this is the number of lines. Okay. I am familiar with this. I think I'll be able to solve it, hopefully. Should we switch to a different one, or should I attempt this?
I mean, attempt it. Let's see. Let's see your thought process on it. If you do it
Okay,
fast, we
got
move
it.
on to the next one.
Got it. Yeah. So basically, what the problem statement states is that we have a m cross n grid, and then it's denoted by ones and zeros, where one is land and zero is water. And then I think we need to find the number of islands, where islands are defined by a group of ones. And then, yeah, if they're connected either vertically or horizontally, the one becomes a part of the same island. And then basically we try to figure out how many islands are there. So the way I would approach this is basically with BFS, where you start with the node 0, 0, and then check if its neighbors are ones, and if they are ones, you just add it to the queue, and then perform a BFS on the neighbors of your initial node. And then you just iterate it till the queue is empty. You just have to make sure you cover all the directions. I think because we're going from top down, we probably will not require to check the I minus 1 and j minus 1, or the row minus 1 and column minus 1 again. So that's basically my approach. So basically go from the first element, and then keep performing BFS on it till the queue is empty. And then maybe we can also, instead of maybe we can make the element as 0 once we visit it, right? So that we don't accidentally go back to the same land again, or the same element again. So
Okay.
that would basically be the approach. So basically perform BFS on the initial node, and if neighbors are 1, add to the queue. Iterate till queue is empty, and then instead of having the visited array, we will just mark the element as 0, so we don't revisit. Does that sound good?
Okay, and then how are we gonna count up the number of islands?
So it would basically be So it would basically be at the end of the queue, I think. So once you iterate till whatever queue element you've added, if once that queue finishes, it means all the neighbors of that specific node or specific element has been visited. That means it has covered the entire island. So we just increment the counter by 1. And then we just search for the next element where we have like 1.
Where we have a 1. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead and implement that.
Okay. Yeah. So start with say binary bit rate. So we start with we need to check if it's 1. So it's not always guaranteed that the first element will be 1. So we need to figure out we need to figure out where that first or the first location where that island starts.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
How are we gonna do that?
So we have ones. Or and then parsing range and if grid of I j is 1, then we perform basically PFS of ij, and then maybe we can have PFS and then position. So for let's define a Q here. Q equal to Q of position. And we'll have to import DQ. Then while Q if Q if grid. Oh, let's pop that element. So row comma column equal to Q dot pop if grid of row and column is we already know this is 1, so that's the reason we added it.
Mm-hmm.
So what we do is probably make this as 0, and then do we need to have some kind of, do we need to check if we need to check if the row plus 1 and column plus 1 elements are 1 or 0. So basically, if row plus 1 and column equal to not 0, sorry, 1, I'll just add q dot append. We'll do pop left, q dot append, and then r plus 1 c rid of row and r plus 1 equal to 1. And the q dot append row and column plus 1. And then when this basically when this completes, we would have traversed all the neighbors of the element 1, and then made sure that all of them have become 0. That means we have covered the entire island.
Mm-hmm.
In which case we just do plus 1, and we'll just have a counter here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so let me dry run this. I think that should cover it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let's work on it on a simple case.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking of a case where, let's say, in the example 2, if we have like a series of 1s here on the second row, and then a 1 on top here. So basically, if I'm just trying to check if it's row plus 1 and column plus 1, I would not cover the 1 on 3, 0 or 0, 3, right? So I would not cover the position of 1. So probably I think it's better to have better to check all 4 directions instead of just the right and down, like I'm checking now. So what I'll do is I'll probably change this a little bit. So directions equal to 0, 1, 1, 0, and then -1, 0. So instead of checking for each of these,
what case is that gonna grab?
I'm just checking for the case where if you see the example 2, so I'm just checking for the case where I'm not only just checking for the elements which are on the right side and bottom, I should also check for elements which are on top as well. So if I look through the elements of like, let's say the grid 2, if I perform BFS, what I was initially doing was basically like checking only the right and bottom, which is row +1 and column +1.
Okay.
But I think it would miss the case where there is an connected island where it's on the top row, like on the 0,3 column.
Yep. Okay.
So that's the reason I think having to check all 4 directions is better than having to check just the 2 of those.
Makes sense.
Row equal to and then column +y. Row and equal to 1. We just start. Yeah, I think this should cover it basically. So we are checking all 4 directions from the initial element 0, 0. So we check all 4 directions. If there's a 1 adjacent to the current element, which is the current row and column position, we basically make the position let's say 0, 0 as 0, and then append 0, 1 and 1, 0 into the queue.
I see.
Let me just copy the whole thing here.
Yeah, let's run it and see what you get. I mean, let's do a dry run. I think there's a bug, but let's do a quick dry run on this, on like a small set like this. Could you dry run me the code there?
Sure, yeah. So basically, I think first we take the first element, which is 0, 0, and then try to do BFS on that, which basically checks. So because it's 1, we try to do BFS of 0, 0, and then we set the grid element to 0 in the BFS loop. So this becomes 0, and then for each of the positions in or each of the directions, we just check if oh right, I see what you mean. So basically we're trying to see if there's a negative, if it's going out of bounds. So when we add the direction to the current position, let's say for 0, if we do 0 -1, it goes to -1. So we need to check the bounds as well.
Yeah.
So I think we basically have to see if grid or if 0 less than or equal to new row less than m, and 0 less than or equal to new column less than n, and the grid is 1. So in this case, yeah, I think we just check for the bounds. If it's within the bounds of the array, we add the new position of the one to the queue, and then continue to loop through the whole thing till we reach a point where there's no more connected island. And then when that's done, basically we increment the counter. And then basically again the outer for loop basically checks if there is any other one in the whole entire array. If there is, then we perform the BFS on the same thing.
Nice. Cool. All right,
Yeah.
let's get into the second question. Good job.
Yeah.
I'm gonna comment this out. So I'm gonna drop the question all the way down here.
Mhm.
So we're gonna be given the root of a binary tree. We're gonna be asked to return the diameter of the binary tree. So if you go in the drawing here, I'll show you an example. So pretend we're gonna be given a root of a binary tree. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The result is actually like the largest diameter is gonna be here because it passes through 3 nodes or 4 nodes.
Got it.
Yeah.
So it's the length between the leftmost and the rightmost node, right?
Well, it's like the largest diameter, right? So pretend this tree was like this, 6, 7. The longest diameter, or the best diameter, would actually be this blue right here. Or no, it might be this right here.
Right. Yeah. Got it.
Yeah. But if like we added more nodes here, then if we added more nodes here, it might be like this. So it's basically just like find the two, like the longest path between 2 nodes in this tree.
Got it. Sure. Yeah. I think I got the question. Let me see. So how do I move this? Okay, there we go. So basically, if you're trying to find the length between the 2 nodes, So let me just consider a simple example, maybe. So if I go from 1 and then 2 and then oops. So I have 2 here and then I have 3 here, right? So basically for this simple case, the length would basically be or the diameter would be 2. Is that correct?
Yeah. Or the length here is
basically
3. The length here is 3. The result
Okay,
is
gotcha. Got it. Yeah. So basically, 3 nodes are connected. So
actually no, the answer would be 2. Sorry, the answer would be 2. It's the number of edges between them. So the answer
got
is
it.
2.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Basically, each would be 1s, and then we cannot directly take the take the distance from the leftmost tree element and the rightmost, because that may not be the optimal solution. How do I do this? So if we go from 2 to 4. I'm just trying to see if depth first search works in this case. So basically, if we try to go depth first search on just the left half of the tree, and then DFS on the right half, and then find out the longest edge on the left half and right half.
Mm-hmm.
And then adding them up would basically give me like the diameter of the tree. Would that somehow work into like getting the specifically for each half of the tree, maybe doing a DFS on each half of the tree. So
for every node, kind of do a DFS on its left and right.
Yeah. So basically, let's say for the specific example here, what I'll do is basically take the left element of the root node, which is 2, and then perform DFS on 2, and take the right element, which is 3, and perform DFS on 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I perform DFS on 2, basically I will reach the furthest point from 2 on the left hand side of the tree, right?
Mm.
So if I'm going from 2, I'll probably reach 7 here, and then if there are, let's say, any other nodes on the left of 4, or if it's extended, and its length is more than let's say 7, where the height of the tree is 7. So then I would probably be reaching the leftmost element here, just because I'm performing the DFS. So that will basically provide me like what's the maximum depth I can reach on the left-hand side of the tree, and then similarly on the right-hand side, it'll give me what's the maximum depth I can reach on the right-hand side. And then if I add those up, that would potentially be my answer.
Okay. Could you explain that again? Like, so you're gonna do depth first search on each side, and then you'll return the result here, and add those up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what's gonna be returned here? Like, 3.
Yeah. So if you do a depth first search on the left side, it'll be 1, 2, 3, and then on the right side it'll be just 1.
When you add those together.
Yeah, add those two together, and then plus 1, right? For the connection to the parent node or the root node. So it'll be 3 plus.
Okay. How does
1
it
plus
know
1.
like which path should be? Like, what if it should have chose this one? How are you differentiating those again?
Wouldn't depth first search cover that, because I'm trying to do a depth first search from the node 2. Basically that will check if what's the maximum depth I can reach from this node.
Okay, so you're gonna call depth first search on this, then depth first search on this.
No, just the left hand side and right hand side. I'll not call DFS on the root node. Just the left side of the
Okay.
tree and right side of the tree.
All right. I think I know what you're saying. Go ahead and like implement that if you're confident with your approach there.
Yeah. Sure. So let me try that out. So what we need is basically DFS of node, and then so let's go if not node, then we return, else we do DFS of node dot left, and then DFS right. But we need to calculate the edge length, right?
Mm-hmm. How are we gonna do that?
Yeah, so we do that. Yeah. Probably we could probably add this up. Would that work? So if I go till the end of the leaf node, if there is no element, I just return 0 here. Let's say at 7, I return 0, and then if I backtrack from there, which would be 6, I need to have a 1 here because there's an edge from 6 to 7. And then at 5, I just need to do +1 from whatever value I got from here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I do this node dot, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can we do node dot left and node dot right +1 +1? So if we go till the end of the tree, let's say not left, there's no other element here, so it'll return, and then what's it going to return? We probably need to return 0 here. This returns 0, this returns 0, and then we have a +1 here. Probably return this. So once we have a 1 at this node, we return 1, and then basically the node dot left has 1 in that case, and then node dot right at the element 2 basically goes to node dot right, which is 5, and then there's no left, it goes to right again 6, and then 7. 7 does not have a right or left, so it returns 0 for both. And then you add that up, you get 1 here, so that gets returned. So you get 1 here, and then at 6, the node dot right value is 1, so you add 1 and return, so 2 is returned here, and then 3 is returned to 2, and then from the left hand side we had 1 being returned, so we add those up, so we have 1 plus 3 is 4 at the left node. But we need to figure out the longest path, right? We don't need the path where it's cut off at 4. So we would probably be
Yeah. I think we're for this question, yeah, we're running up on the 20 minutes. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop you there. How do you think you did on the interview?
I'm not sure. I don't think I did. I probably did good on the first one just because I knew how to do it. But the second one, I probably had the right direction, but I was not able to reach the the technique of solving the answer.
Yeah. The first one pretty good. Let me look. Let's look at the first question. I think the first one pretty good. You understood how to implement it. Like this question, you could do a DFS or BFS. You had you're able to capture the different directions and loop through them and able to catch like the we need to look over forward directions. Overall, pretty good. There's the out of bounds issue, but then you fix that after looking, and I think that solution went well. I was just like, since you already knew it, I was just expecting it to go by faster, like you'd be able to implement it faster. So I was just like, especially in an interview, if you already kind of like, it's all about pace as well. You have to make sure that you're going at a fast pace or a fast enough pace, able to explain it, but be able to get through a pace. Like that question should be finished in within like 20 minutes, 15 to 20. That's how I would pace it there. Because like when I interview candidates, I can get a sense of their urgency and how fast they code. And a lot of times, right, like that's differentiates candidates. Like if I give you the question, right?
Yeah.
And then somebody solves it a bit faster and is like more quicker with their solution, faster on their feet essentially. Like they might get a better mark on that question. That's like the main thing. But I think your code was clean. Overall, good job on that.
Yeah.
For this diameter of a binary tree, when you figure out that it's sort of a recursion and you're gonna be doing some sort of recursion, and I would start thinking of like, should I do a post order, in order, or a pre-order traversal, like a pre-order, in order, post order traversal, because in this case, right here, come into the drawing pad.
Yeah.
So let's walk through the example. So we're given 1 here, We're given 2 here. We're given 3 here. We're given 4. We're given 5. So what's the answer here? The answer here is like through these array, right? So are you familiar with a pre-order, in-order, and post-order traversal? Like the difference?
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
What's
I
the
am.
difference?
Yeah. So I think in order is root, left, right. Pre-order is right. Sorry, left, right, and root. And then post order is root, right, and left.
So could you write it down? Quick.
Sure, yeah. I think so. In order becomes root, then left, then right, and then reorder would be left, right, root, and then post order would be root, right, left. Is that
No,
is
that
accurate?
it's not accurate because like you for in order the root you visit. Yeah, for in order it's like this. In order means left, root, or root, root, and then right. Like we're visiting the root in the middle in order. Pre-order would be like root. So the way I like to think about it is like, pre-order means we visit the root first. Post-order means we visit the root last, and in order means we visit the root, or sorry, not the root, the node in the middle.
Gotcha. Okay.
So like yeah, you need to rearrange this a bit. So pre-order. So why does that matter here, right? Well, given this question here, we want to do a post-order traversal because we want to know the results of the left tree and the right tree before I make a decision on this tree.
Correct. Yeah.
Right? Does it make sense? So that's why
Yeah,
I would think
that makes sense. Yeah.
yeah. So that's why we do a post order where we'll traverse the left, the right, and then like the current node. And we'll know the result of the left and right before we before we like make a decision, right?
I see. I gotcha.
So how would that traverse the tree? Well, we like do left all the way down here. You're right that these return 0. But and then at each node I want to ask a question like what is the longest path that my left seen? What is the longest path that my right seen? Right? And if I combine those two, the longest path of those two with myself, like what path can I create? Like how long can that path be created, right?
Gotcha. So basically you're trying to see at the root node, you're trying to see, or like the current root node, you're trying to see if the max is on the left or the right subpath, right?
Yeah. So for example, we have this, right? This will return 0. So if I'm at 2, right? So I can add myself to the long. I basically can like add myself to the path of the longest path to my right and the longest path to my left. If I add myself to that, if I add myself to the longest path on the left and the longest path on the right, then that would become the longest path, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Based on this node.
That's correct. Yeah.
And then what do we pass up to? And then what do we pass up to the next node from there? So here.
So that would be the longest path plus 1, right?
Well, like if we pretend this was like 1. Pretend this is like 5 here, right? So pretend these are 0, right? So what's the longest path here? Like it's 0 because there's no edges. Here's 0. Right? But when we return ourself, like here, what's the longest path? It's 2. Or here, actually, let's see. Let's just say 1 here. Basically, what we're returning ourselves up here is like 1 plus 1. So
Mm,
if I make myself the node like these two, right?
Mhm.
I can make a length of 3. Or sorry, I can make a length of 2.
Length of 2, yeah.
And then do I want to pass up 2 to my parent?
Yes, it would be basically 2 plus 1 to the parent.
Yeah, but that now equal 3.
Right.
That's not valid because um that's like including here, right? Sorry.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
So what we need to do is like at each node, because we need to see like what's the longest path that I can create, but then we just need to append ourselves to the longest path. So pretend this return 2 instead. Instead of passing back 3 here, I just pass 2. Instead of saying 3 plus 1, I bring back 2, right? Because I want to return this guy. Like pretend this guy was like not there. Oh, shoot.
So it would be basically the max of whatever is the left or right subtrees, then plus 1.
Yeah, I'll show you the code. Show you the code. This one's a bit tricky. So you could see that I get the left and the right, and then I want to see like if I take my node, I'll combine myself. I'll combine the left and right, but then I kind of break the path, right? But then when I return, I just need to return like the max between my left and right. I can't return this value because that includes me in it and my left and right, so it creates like a fork.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, in the example, this would basically, if you return the max or the answer here, it would basically be returning 2 to the parent node instead of, or sorry, 3 to the parent node instead of like 2, right?
Yeah.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, cool. All right. Thanks for hopping on. Yeah, like I would just like focus on. I have a video on like the here. I'm gonna send you this video, and try the different questions in that video.
Awesome. Yeah.
Like here, I'll send it to you right now. Did you see the pre-order in order video I made? Let's see pre-order. There's some good questions in there. I'll just make sure to practice those.
Definitely, yeah. I'm just still very, very early on the lead code thing, so
no, good job. Good job
still,
overall. That was good.
Still getting started. Yeah. Hopefully, I'll get better.
Array append. V, just curious, when do you do these mock ints? I have TikTok and G back and first round in a little under 2 weeks. I was wondering. Yeah, possibly. I might not be able to do it next weekend though. So just hop on the Discord and we'll try to figure out when things align. Yeah, but Array, thanks for hopping on. I'll see you around in the chat and just message me, and maybe we can do this again at a different time when you get more practice too, and just do even harder questions.
Definitely, yeah. Thanks again for having me. James.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for hopping on. All right,
awesome.
See ya.
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya.
Okay, last mock interview of the day. Nice. That's sick. That's sick. Alright, sounds good. Use the same link I sent you on Discord already. Yo, Mustafa,
Hello,
what's
can you
up?
hear me?
Yeah, sorry for the mess up. Did you get to watch that guy?
It's all good. Yeah.
What do you think? He's good?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie. I was like, yeah, I gotta push harder.
What are you saying? You got locked in? Nah,
Yeah, I
that guy's
gotta
crazy.
lock
That
it
guy's
in.
crazy. I can't get as good as him. He's
Yeah.
he's on some next level. How many questions have you done?
I'm not gonna lie. I only did like a handful. I only did like two or three easies so far.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we can work through some. All right, I got some. Let's take 5 minute break. Just go on mute for a sec. I'll be back in 5 minutes. The rest
Say
5
no
minutes.
more.
Okay, sounds good.
Split it into smaller chunks, embed those chunks, which is basically take those chunks and make them mathematical
Marks, what's up? What's up?
like mathematical abstractions, let's just say, and you store that within a vector database, and you can easily do semantic search on it, from my understanding, right? So
Yo, Lev, what's good? I put some time in your calendar. Lev, what's up? Yeah, put some time in your calendar. Let's do some training tomorrow.
how do you go about using retrieval augmented generation, or how am I going to go about doing it?
Five more.
Honestly, I'm gonna use the LangChain library. There's other libraries available like Pydantic, but I'm gonna stick with LangChain just because, honestly, they're the OGs. They're literally the OGs, and yeah.
Parvez, appreciate you. Okay, yeah, 2 hours after works for me. Parvez, I appreciate you. I'm gonna keep. Parvez, what kind of content do you want to see in the channel? I'll make a video just for you. Whatever you want to learn, I'll drop a video on that. Anyone who just subbed to my brother right now, just tell me what you need a video on. I'll make that video.
Why not, right? But yeah, so load the info, split, embed. So turn the
DevOps. Okay. I'll look into it. That. Farzan, are you familiar with RAG and stuff? Do you do AI yourself?
turn the split up documents into numbers, into vectors, store that into a vector store, and then once you have that vector store, you could set up a retriever. When you ask a question, that retriever will grab relevant documents, then combine that with your prompt, and then feed that into the LLM, right? This is going to be a lot faster than pretty much how I've been doing it before in the past, where I would use F strings, and within the F strings, I would load up like a data frame or something like that. Using pandas, that might be a little slower. We'll see. But really, the main benefit of using a retrieval augmented generation versus just like feeding the context window, or like maxing out the context window, is you could really have good prompts, right?
Parvez, appreciated it. What kind of content do you really which type of content do you like for my channel? Is it the system design? Is it me doing the coding interviews? Is it the mock coding interviews? What kind of stuff do you want to see more?
Concise small prompts, and you're not using a big context window, like a massive amount of tokens, and maxing out your context window just to get the response that you want, right? And you really can't prompt engineer every time. Like with my equity research report, I'm gonna pull like 1,000 prompts, or I'm just gonna run like 1,000 prompts, or do batch prompting. There's no point in me just like adjusting every single prompt. At that point, I might as well just use the user interface, right, and just like communicate with the chatbot directly, and then generate my reports that way.
Farzan, that makes sense, but the context windows are so large now. So RAG, like the context windows are 256 to 1 million tokens. I don't think RAG will ever go away because RAG can take a massive corpus of text and then find like similarity and pull relevant data out of that big corpus of text. I think it's inefficient to just throw just because you have all the data. Mustafa, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Cool. I'm gonna get you into the. I'm gonna send you a link. Send it on Discord. Okay, hop in.
Recorder. Okay. Python. We're recording in Python, right?
Yeah. It depends what language you want to work with.
Yeah. Can I work with JavaScript?
You want to work doing JavaScript? Yeah. What's your background again? And what job?
What job? Right now, no, I'm still so right now, like I'm in a boot camp right now, basically.
Oh, nice. So you're switching careers?
No, technically, I was studying computer programming at college. It's some computer programming course, program, and then basically I took a break right now, and then I joined a boot camp, and then basically just transitioning.
Nice. And like, what jobs are you trying to land? Like, what companies are you aiming for?
Companies, I'm not too sure. I live in the Toronto area, so I haven't really looked at any companies.
You're from Toronto. You're trying to apply for Canadian companies or trying to go to the US?
I think the US is better.
More pay, huh?
Yeah, definitely USA. I'd love to work in the USA.
Cool. All right. Let's just get into let's just see where you're at. From there, let's work with JavaScript. I mean, if you're trying to apply for FANG companies or doing heavy data structures and algorithms questions, I mean, I would rather suggest Python, like learning how to use Python. But if you're gonna be applying for startups and more practical jobs where they're gonna ask you more practical questions, JavaScript is fine. But
so Python for like FANG companies, and then regular startups is JavaScript, right?
Yeah, like if you're applying for companies that they're gonna ask crazy leak code questions, I would just straight learn Python because, like, Python it's just easier to do the interviews in Python, and for example, there's no heaps in JavaScript, and that's a very common data structure you'll see in questions. So
yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Cool. Let's just see where you're at. You said you only did a handful of questions.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna
Yeah, for the data structure stuff, like I haven't really got into like what is it, hash maps, linked lists, and hash map, linked list, and then there was binary tree, right?
Yeah. You haven't gone into that?
No.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna start a recording. Just just like introduce yourself. So I'll just quickly bring it up. So.
Okay.
Hey everyone. So today I have my friend Mustafa. He's hopping on, gonna do a coding challenge. Mustafa, do you want to quickly introduce yourself? Just quickly say maybe where you're from, what companies you're applying for, where you're at when it comes to coding, and then we'll like tailor the question based on your level of skill.
Okay. Hey guys, my name is Mustafa. I'm from Toronto, Canada. I would say like I'm still a beginner right now. And the companies I'm applying for right now are startups right now. So early stage companies and stuff.
Nice.
So yeah.
Are you like a full stack engineer?
Right now, I would say I'm more front end.
More front end focus? Cool. All right. Cool. Sounds good. I'm gonna start off with a very, very classic question.
All right.
Since you said you're a beginner, I just need to make sure that you just need to get a gauge of where you're at.
All right.
Have you seen this question before?
Okay. Yeah, I've done those before. Yeah.
Is it too easy or no?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
Way too easy? Okay, I'll ramp it. Okay. So, pretty much given an integer, return true if it's a palindrome. False otherwise.
Yeah, okay, let's do this one. Okay. This is JavaScript, right?
Yeah. You understand the prompt? Make sense?
Yeah, close integer, right? So it's a palindrome, so it can be can I prep it?
Yep.
So the parameters are going to be an integer, and then return. So it's going to return boolean. And then examples. Is there any test cases?
We'll come up with ours.
All right. So we could do. We could do. Get 100. This will return. 202 will return true. And then I'll pseudocode. So I know the first thing is it can't be less than 0. So so it's less than 0. And then for this one, we could do is so for the next step to check if it's a palindrome. So palindrome. Oh yeah, if it's less than 0. And then what else do I need to do? I also need to check. What I need to do is. Yeah. Okay. So convert the number into a string. Right. To a string. And then split it so it turns to array. Turns into an array. Then what I can do after that is so convert the number into a string, split it so it turns to an array. Then use the so if the so let's make this a variable. So this will be a variable, new variable. So if the new variable is okay, no, wait. You gotta reverse it. Okay. Oh yeah, and actually split it, turn to array, and then reverse it. Reverse it, and then turn it back into a number.
Turn it back into a number?
Yeah. So no wait, yeah, split it and reverse it, right? Then I would return um, that new variable where it's joined,
Mm-hmm.
and then basically again I change the type into a number and then make that equal to the let's say the parameter is x. So join it back and it into a number equal. Yeah, let's code it now. So if x less than 4, and uh, x got two string. No, it's x dot x dot split.
So you convert it to a string, reverse it, and then compare the x with the reversed x to see
Yeah,
if it's a palindrome.
yeah, basically yeah. But the reverse is an array. It's an array method. So, what I need to do is and then reverse, right? And then this is okay. Can I use the console?
Let's do this. Pretend x was already an integer. Or
Yeah.
sorry, it's not an integer, it was just a string. So you get back this already. In line 10, 11. Okay, how would that change your solution?
So pretend x is
It's already a string.
It's already a string. Yeah, so I'll split it and it'll turn into array. Then reverse it. Then basically reverse it. Then I would return like right here. Number n is equal to x. I don't know.
Like this? Okay. Or I said like x is already an integer. Or x is already, pretend the input was this.
Oh, x is already
A string. It's already a string.
Oh, x is already a string. Okay, so then if x is already a string, then I'll have to convert it into a number then.
For this? Okay.
Then if it's already then I could split it and then reverse it and then do that. I don't know.
Okay. X and then you split. Why do we need to split here, the x?
So it turns an array, and then each individual character is each individual character is oh no, but then I'll have to turn it back. So yeah, so each individual character is in the array, pushed into the array basically.
You can't just reverse a string?
Reverse a string. I mean, yeah, I you could reverse a string. You want me to do reverse it?
Yeah. Be the same, right? Like you don't really need to turn it into a, or like you're turning into array then reversing it, but you could just reverse a string, can't you?
Oh yeah, okay. So what I could do is 4 equals 0. That's that.
Or like how do you reverse a string in JavaScript?
In JavaScript, how to reverse it is I would put in a for loop, and then so I'll put in a for loop where I is thus to equal to x, and then x dot length minus 1, and then make that go backwards. And then what I can do is make a new variable. New is equal to X, Y, and then
We can't just call reversed on the string.
could we? It's, okay, first. Yeah, I'm not. Try that. Yeah, no, I don't think we can reverse it because it's a string. And I know
There's no
reverse-
reverse string function.
Huh?
There's no reverse string function in JavaScript. Interesting. Okay, you have to turn into array.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, I see. That's why you're splitting it.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see. Oh, sorry. I didn't remember that for JavaScript.
So, yeah. So I think this way could work also as well.
So this way. Okay.
Where
Let's run it
I
on some
is-
test case.
Wait, where I is greater than. Yeah.
Okay, let's run it on some test cases.
Okay.
Write a test case and see what it returns.
Test cases.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So.
Like, how would you test this code?
So how do I test it? So I'll console. Or I would call the function. Palindrome. Let's do negative 101. And I also did 202. Yeah.
Or I said it's gonna be a string already. Like this.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's run this code. False and false.
Oh, it's supposed to return true. This one. Let's see what I did wrong. Let's see what I did wrong. So if I is equal to.
Yeah. How'd you debug this?
Let me see what new is. Sorry. Oh, it's undefined. Okay, why is it undefined? I made a new and empty string. New instead of 20. Oh, okay. The last index. It's missing the last index. So okay. So. Oh yeah, I realized my mistake was I didn't make it into an empty empty string because then I was basically pushing each value into the string, and then I is. Something wrong here.
Yeah, what do you think's wrong?
Something with the last. Yeah, think it's because where I started here. Yeah, definitely where I started. Is equal to, or let I equal to.
Could you dry run me the code? Let's run it on 202 here.
All right.
Like, walk me through the steps again of like, pretend we're running this on 202. Like, how would this function run?
Oh,
Line by line, walk me through.
So how it'll work is, basically I would check if 202 is how do I make it 0 less than 0? Okay, so yeah, I'll check if 202 is less than 0. So I turn into a number, then check if it was less than 0, then I'll return false. Then from there, I made a new variable called new, which I'm gonna append each value because it's a string, right, into that, and then was again. So if then I ran a for loop where I reversed the string.
Okay, walk me through like the actual steps of that, because there's a bug there, right?
Yeah.
So let's see, like, walk me through the iteration of there of what's happening, like,
Okay, so,
with like some fake variables, right? Like, do some
Yeah.
fake variables. Start. Let's say you start with new.
Yeah.
Equals this.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, new. So if so what I did was,
So we have I equals. Sorry.
so yeah, so I is equal to the last index of the string. Then yeah, so that's where I started. So this would be 2. We'll start from 2 right here. Then what I'll do is check if I is greater than 0, because it starts from the last index, and then so -1, then -2. So I think it must be here. So if the last index, yeah, I'll start from the last index and then basically go down each time through each iteration. But yeah.
Okay. So okay, what's happening here? X equals x dot length minus 1. What does that equal to?
So equals. Then it checks if I is equal to is greater than 0. So so at this point I is greater than 0 because it's the last index. Then it goes down.
Or it goes down when? Does it do this first and then it goes down? Like, how does this execute, this for loop?
Yeah, basically, yeah. It finds the last index, appends that to the new, and then was again.
So what's that's gonna look like? It's gonna do 2 right here.
Yeah, it's gonna I equals to 2. Yeah. Oh no, actually, it would decrease first the index, so it will be before it gets append.
This would decrease first, or
The I, yeah.
So what would be here? I minus 1.
Yeah. So here it will be, yeah. I is equal to x. Yeah. So it will be the last which is 0, 1, 2. So it will be 2. I is equal to 2.
But you said we decrease it, right? Okay. Let's walk through the variables. I is equal to 2.
Yeah. So I is equal to 2.
Okay, and then what? This is for sure what runs first, right? When the for loop
Yeah.
we initialize this variable, and then what? We check this condition.
So yeah, I is greater than 0, which is true.
Okay, and then what?
Goes down to...
It's. I don't think it's gonna decrement until the for loop runs, isn't it?
Yeah. So it checks. Yeah, it checks I is greater than 0, which it is. Then I is now 1.
I don't think it will
And
run
then-
this until after.
Oh, until after, right? So yeah, so then it'll append it. So new is gonna equal to 2.
Okay.
Then after that, now since I is 1 now, so I goes down to 1.
Yep.
Then since I is 1 now, I is still greater than 0.
Okay.
And then now 0 gets pushed. Then now I is 2, which is 0. Oh, okay, I see where I did it wrong. Okay, yeah, this part is not gonna run, which is why. Okay, so let's say, what if we did 0? So the problem with my code before was, is it gonna run?
We're in an infinite loop.
I is greater than or equal to 0. Oh shoot. So if I is what if we did if I is less than x dot length? That's just keep it at that.
While but we're decreasing. It's always going to be less than, right? It's going to be infinite loop
yeah.
again.
Yeah, it's gonna be infinite loop again. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely the condition right here. So
You just
it
mix.
works.
You just mixed it up. So while I is greater than 0, okay. Pretend that we put 3 here. It's gonna break probably. Saying false.
Okay. Why? So if I is equal to I
So what's happening here? Let's talk about this. Okay, so we take the number. It's not less than 0. Okay, we start new empty here.
yeah.
I initializes with what here?
I initialized to 3. 0, 1, 2.
I initializes to 3.
No. 2.
It's like, take a look at this function and debug like what's actually gonna happen here instead.
So here is last. So x dot length minus 1.
X
So
is actually
we-
equal to like 3.
303, right? So x is has a 2 0, 1, 2, and then it'll grab the last one, which is the length, which is 3 minus 1. So 2 is equal to 3.
Wait,
Yeah.
could you explain?
Well,
So,
3.
so what's gonna be 3i
Yeah, I is equal to 3. Yeah.
here when we initialize it?
Yeah.
So is that correct?
So I is equal to x. Yeah, 3 is the last index.
Or like 2 is the last index. 0, 1, 2.
Oh yeah, it'll be 2. Where is it? X dot length. Oh, it's gonna x dot length is gonna be 3 minus 1 is 2. Oh. Yeah. Damn.
Because what are you trying to do in this for loop, right? You're trying to initialize a pointer at the very end,
The last
right?
end, yeah.
And then like sort of move the pointer back.
Yeah.
But here instead of you're mixing up the indexes with values. Right here you're capturing the value. So if you just instead did this, like pointed at the last index, you see I'm not
Yeah.
accessing the value anymore. That
Yeah.
should technically work. Let's see. Command shift enter the code. What the hell? Wait. Sorry, tweaked that a bit. Why is it not running? Oh, there you go. See, it returned true.
Okay, so I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, cool. Let's see. What's your time and space complexity here?
I think it's for loop. It will be would it be a straight line?
Constant
Yeah, constant. Yeah. This is a for loop.
or linear?
Yeah, linear. Yeah.
Constant is like this. Constant is like goes like O of 1. Linear is like O of n. Do you remember what the difference between these are?
No, I haven't really looked at that.
Like for example, accessing an element in an array. That's constant time.
Yeah.
Why is that the case? Like, it always only takes one execution in order to run that function.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how big the array is, it's always gonna take one, like time, like 1 second or like 1 unit of time, or 1 unit of whatever, in order to grab that element.
Yeah.
Right. But pretend we're doing a for loop.
Yeah.
Well, as the array gets bigger,
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna take us how much longer? Pretend we have an array of 5. How long is it gonna take us if it takes us to, like, get 1 second per element?
1 second per element.
And we have 5, right? And we have an array of 5.
6 seconds.
Okay, and then what if we boost it up to 20?
It's gonna take 21 seconds.
Yeah, you see like how it's growing linearly to the size of the input? So that's what we mean by linearly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So like for this, right?
Mm-hmm.
For your algorithm, how long is it gonna take you to reverse the x?
So if it's a linear, then it will take. It's gonna be linear because each time x is run through the for loop and appends to the new value, it gets so again. Yeah.
Yeah, basically look at the inputs. Be like, okay, as the inputs increase, this for loop takes longer to run.
Yeah, it takes longer. Yeah, so that'll be linear.
Yeah. If you increase x and it just took the same amount of time to run, then it's constant. It never changes, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you increase the x by 1 and it like triples the time it takes or doubles the time, then it's like quadratic. Makes sense.
Wait, what if I instead of making a new variable, I kept the same x or something like that? I don't know. Would that still work?
Yeah, like the most optimal solution for this is like you're spending time you're spending time reversing this list. What you could do is like with a big number like a b b like B, or B, right? Like how can I check this is a palindrome? You could initialize 2 pointers, one at the front and the back, and bring them towards each other, and just compare the values. Like, are these the same? Yes.
Yeah.
Are these the same? Yes. And then, if the pointers meet in the middle, then it's a palindrome. If they don't, like if they are looking at different values at some point in time, then it's false. Right? Like pretend it's like one's looking at a B and one's looking at a C. So that's like the way that we can do it without modifying x if we were passed in a string. So that's why I like told you to try out that way. But how do you think you did? How was like how was that experience?
Yeah, I definitely I think I made simple mistakes like confusing the index value with the index, and then what else did I make a mistake on? I need a lot of practice.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Yeah. I think you have some basics, you know how to code, but I think it definitely needs more practice. I'll give you the feedback, I think.
Yeah.
So let me see. I think with the variable names, just keep it clean. Like, this is not good practice for variable. Like, usually you lowercase the variables.
Okay.
Like in JavaScript, you use camel case, like you.
Yeah.
Right. So make sure you use proper syntax there. The one thing too is when I told you to dry run the code, you didn't dry run it properly. You kind of like, okay, this for loop is gonna do this. You said it's gonna do that, right? But it wasn't doing what you said it was gonna do.
Yeah.
So when someone tells you to dry run code in an interview, you need to walk it through line by line, like you're compiling the code, because they want to see if you understand how the code is executing, and that will help you debug it, right? So you see how like I popped open the variables here, and I was like, okay, we start at 3, and then we add 3 here, and then we decrease this to 2. It's like, and then we're like, okay, when does this run? When does this run? That's all stuff that you need to walk it through there. Like you're gonna be like, okay, I is initialized to this, I is greater than 0, but this is the post. After the first iteration, we'll run this. So we go here, x, I, we capture the value and push 3 there. And then finally we remove 2. We decrement 2, and then we check it against this condition. Like walk it through line by line like you're the compiler. That's what I mean when I say dry run. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think you were mixing up like values with indices. I've seen this mistake before with people where they're like they're trying to work with indices, but then they're like looking into the array and grabbing the value of that indice. So that's why when it was working for 2, because we would start at 2, but if I put it to 5 or 6, then it just completely didn't work.
Yeah.
So understand like when you want to work with the indice or when you want to work with the value. Those are 2 different things. But yeah, overall, like, just keep grinding. It's more practice, but I'm sure you'll get there because you're already willing to put in the work.
And is there anything else I can also work on as well? Like,
I think just more practicing, just focus more on array questions. I think understanding time and space complexities.
Yeah.
Understanding how the for loop was running as well, or I think the best thing is like work on easy questions and then literally dry run it, like line by line, understanding what's happening at each step.
Okay. Got it.
But yeah.
So you said more practice, focus on the so the time and space complexity, and then the for loop understanding the arrays, and dry run it by line by line, right?
Yeah, be able to compile the code yourself, and don't like gloss over the details of what's happening in the function, because you're like, oh yeah, the for loop is gonna do that, but like the for loop actually does a lot more than just that. Like we need to be able to like walk through it step by step, because even when you're debugging, that's how you would have found that bug a lot easier of this like greater than 0, because the bug was small. It was literally you're off by 1. You just were doing greater than, right?
Yeah.
So that would have took you a while to find out unless you dry runned it and just saw what was actually happening. But
yeah.
All right, cool. All right, sounds good. I'll see you around on the stream. We'll probably do this again at some other point. Let me know when, like, you're on Discord, right?
Yeah, I'm on Discord. Yeah.
Awesome, sick. All right, yeah. Message me there.
Yeah.
All right, catch you, man. No problem.
All right, man.
All right,
Later,
see ya.
man.
See ya. Yo, Morgan, hit me up for next one. I gotta clock out today. Thanks everyone for hopping on the stream. Got a lot of good people. Maybe we'll do this. We'll do like some more other ones soon. Maybe I'll try to book some during the week where we'll do just like small ones, like 1 or 2, and then hop off, like very quick ones instead of these super long ones. Maybe that will help a lot more people to get through and get their mocks in. Maybe I'll schedule that for the week. But thanks everyone for hopping on. I'll see y'all in the next video. 6 streams. Yeah, I got you, bro. Jan, have I ever done one on you yet? Not yet? Okay, message me on the stream. Morgan, I got you too. Let's get it. Alright, catch y'all on the next stream. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for joining in and watching. Hope y'all learned something. We're gonna do this again soon. Peace.